The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is up thick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Tanya Croman. Should be joined with my other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. Greetings, Black family from the Mile High Income City. And on the season 4, episode 24, part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is situation with Oklahoma, reparations for the two remaining descendants of the Tulsa race massacre. Oh, I forgot the Uhuru. I forgot about the Uhuru. So the Uhuru was African socialist group and party is facing up to 5 years in prison for a host of things. So we're gonna go over that first. Then we got Oklahoma reparations case. They have denied the appeal. So we've been covering the case for reparations. Hey, but it's a bad. Come up here, but it's a bad. I was trying to send you the link earlier. I'll send you again in Messenger. Do you want to come up, Brother Shabazz? So I can send you the link. Black Power to you. Greetings. Brother Shabazz. Sorry, y'all got to pull up this description. Okay, so the Uhuru 3 found guilty of conspiracy, acquitted of foreign agents charged in landmark trial. Then we got the Oklahoma Supreme Court denies a request to reconsider Tulsa race massacre lawsuit dismissal. Then we got okay, brother, I'll send you the link. Oh, what else is? Okay, always does this stuff. I tell him ahead of time, like, hey, we're gonna be doing the show. Get ready for the show, and then like pass out or something. I don't know. Okay, I just sent you the link, brother. Yes, R.I.P. to Tito Jackson. He just passed away earlier tonight. But let me finish this description. So we got a Tulsa race massacre lawsuit dismissal. So they denied their request to reconsider the lawsuit. Shame on you, Oklahoma Supreme Court. Then our good brother, Professor Black Truth, is back from his summer hiatus. He gives his take on the California Black Legislature's Blocc of the Reparations bill in California. Then we got Kamala Harris deliver same old speech at the Congressional Black Caucus Phoenix Award ceremony. Then we got Tariq Nasheed. Yes. Why are there multiple assassination attempts on the dump as a human shit? And we want to make it perfectly clear. Then we got Joyless Reid. I don't understand Black Americans. I guess you don't because you're a teller. What happens if Black society doesn't support Harris or Trump? Then the two-party system collapses like we've been wanting for the past 5 years. So those are the topics, Black family. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc News. So I'm waiting on Shabaka to get in here. I'm going to start with the Uhuru. I really want to hear his thoughts. So I don't know why Shabaka does this. I tell him ahead of time that we're doing the show, and everybody just dragging their feet. Everybody is missing in action but me. Okay. So we got. They just said tangible on the damn news, y'all. But they're talking about sports. Ridiculously long queue. It's not what I want to play though. This video at? Fair use, P2, fair use. So, like I said, the Uhuru 3 found guilty of conspiracy, acquitted of foreign agents charge in a landmark case. A federal jury in Florida. Damn, I know this TV was just damn loud. I turned it down and still hear this shit. Okay. A federal jury in Florida has found members of the Pan-Africanist group, African People's Socialist Party, guilty of conspiring with the Russian government to sow discord and interfere in U.S. elections. Doesn't that sound familiar? They face up to 5 years in federal prison in a major victory for the activists. However, the jury acquitted them of the more serious charge of acting as foreign agents. The trial of the Uhuru 3 is proven to be one of the most important First Amendment cases thus far in the 21st century, says attorney Jennifer Jones, who is the legal support committee for defendants. Who is on the legal support committee for defendants. It remains clear that when covert government repression tactics fail against activists, the government will use the overt means of charges and cages against folks who they simply disagree with. Yep, and we're seeing that full throttle with these Democrats. Okay, so I'm going to play this clip from Democracy Now!
1 minute. So I can also ask you about the federal jury verdict in Florida that's found members of the Pan-Africanist group, Uhuru 3, guilty of conspiring with the Russian government to sow discord and interfere in U.S. elections. Activist People's Socialist Party facing up to 5 years in federal prison. They're going to appeal. Prosecutors arguing the group's activities were not protected by the First Amendment since they were done, they say, at the direction of a Russian operative. The defense arguing the government aimed to censor the group after members criticized U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
3 of the activists, known as the Organization Foreign Government. Jennifer Jones, the significance of this verdict.
Yes, absolutely. The trial of the Uhuru 3 is proving to be one of the most important First Amendment cases thus far in the 21st century. And though the verdict appears to be inconsistent in some ways, it demonstrates that the First Amendment is a viable defense to such accusations of being foreign agents when exercising First Amendment rights. And it should signal to the government that juries will not so easily leap to convict Americans or anybody else in these political or politicized prosecutions. But at the same time, because the Uhuru 3 was found guilty of a lesser charge, it also shows it isn't necessarily penalty-free, and that conspiracy laws, which are often broad and confusing to juries, are still being used to traffic folks who are not guilty of the underlying offense, yet by conspiracy convictions are on the road to prison or punishment nonetheless. And so it is a bittersweet verdict, which everyone should be aware of, because it remains clear that when covert government repression tactics fail against activists, the government will use the overt means of charges and cages against folks who simply disagree with.
Jennifer Jones, part of the legal support committee for the Uhuru 3, and also lead counsel for Leonard Peltier.
Okay, Brother Shabazz, were you aware of this trial?
I heard about it. Makes me wonder why they charged him against. I was listening. He said something about speaking about the Russia. I'm not even sure.
They try to say they were conspiring with Russia, but see, they did the same thing in 2020 with the new black media. They try to say that we were spreading disinformation and misinformation because we were telling our people to demand something tangible for our votes, and they kept calling us Russian bots and said we were practicing election interference and all this madness. The Democrats. So they just keep using the same kind of tactics. So basically, they was trying to say that they were conspiring with the Russian government. The Uhuru 3, which is Chairman Omali Yasahali and several other people. I'm actually part of that organization through the UNIA or the UAPO, Universal African Peoples Organization. Remember, Brother Shabazz, when I told you I went out to St. Louis back in 2019, me and Pops, Chairman Sekou, we went out there for the convention. They had a convention in St. Louis, so I got to meet like a lot of the members of the African Socialist Party. So these are like the same kind of people. So yeah, so they tried to get them. They tried to give them up to 5 years in prison, but they acquitted them of the foreign agents charge. So they were trying to say that they were working with the Russian government and they were supplying secrets to the Russian government and all of this crap, which is a bunch of crap. But they dropped that charge of the foreign agents. They kept the conspiracy charge.
That's interesting.
The trial went on for like a good month, I would say. Good 2-3 weeks.
Oh wow! I heard about it. I didn't look into it.
Yeah, like I seen, like I keep up on Democracy Now and stuff. Like I listen to a lot of news. Hence why we have Front Line Blacc news. But we give it from a Black perspective. So I had seen on Democracy Now that had happened. I was like, oh snap! We definitely got to talk about this on Front Line Blacc news. So that's why I made it the first topic as opposed to the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Having his second assassination attempt today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sometimes makes me wonder, like, what's with the Russian, the conspiracy, and the founder of the Uhuru.
Yes, Chairman Olawale. Yasaheli. I'll keep pronouncing his name wrong. But he's been a member of that party for like 40 years.
Oh.
So it seems to have another video on it, but he has a channel called the Burning Spear TV, and they've been covering it.
Oh, interesting. Burning Spear.
Yeah, so it looks like they just did a Zoom earlier today. Post-verdict examination. So this stems from when last year they had raided the Uhuru house in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. But I believe the trial was for the raid in St. Petersburg, Florida. So that's what they got charged with and what they got convicted of. That's Chairman Yasaheli right there. Have you seen him before, Brother Shabazz?
A little bit. I didn't get a chance to listen to the lecture.
Yeah, he's the leader of the organization. So they're like real big Pan-Africanists. which is I don't have no issue with it. It's just that we're delineating now because it's been a one-sided affair. But yeah, they are part of the African Socialist Party, as you can see.
Oh.
So they basically try to charge them with some Julius Assange type stuff. Oh, I didn't even know they spoke with Jill Stein like 4 months ago. It was probably at the same place where we had met with them in 2019. But yeah, that's his channel, y'all. So if y'all want to learn more about him and what his organization is all about, make sure y'all sub up to the Burning Spear TV. Let's see, what did you say? Mac 25
like,
said he charged
he's charged for saying certain things, right? Or just talking to certain people.
Talking to certain people and having certain documents. They had raided their headquarters last year, talking about they had classified information. It was real vague on why they raided the place, but we had covered it last year when it happened.
Oh, wow.
He said they tried to say it was two shooters going at each other. Wow. They also said his golf course is across from a high crime area. Hilarious. That is hilarious. Where the hell are you at, Shabaka? Did I sent him the link. You should be hopping on. I'm about to send him the link again. Hold on, brother Shabazz. Okay, Shabaka should be joining us here because I really want to get his thoughts on this. Because I know he's familiar with this organization. Okay, he's about to get on. But yeah, basically anybody that speaks against what they deem the truth or popular version of the truth, they label them a BIE or an agent or a terrorist or any of that. So the Uhuru 3 are no different. But like George Reid and these other Democratic shills, like I said, Brother Shabazz, in 2019 and 2020, they were trying to put us in that category. In 2019, if y'all don't remember, Susan Rice and Biden's, or I guess at that time it was Trump's DOJ, came out with the Black Identity Extremists.
Oh yeah, the Black Identity Extremists, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
So they were saying that if we were demanding something tangible for our vote, that we were Black Identity Extremists. It was just ridiculous. We had covered that on the Mile High News. Or now Unity Community News. But yeah, back then, yeah. So they try to put us in the same boxes like Brexit and some other like alternative platforms or groups, like right wing conservative groups. They try to lump us in with them. And all we were saying, hey, if we're gonna vote, we need to demand something tangible for our vote. And they were like, no, you just need to vote blue no matter who or else. And then we got browbeat with the Sambo Rambos, unfortunately, like the Albertuses, the Jeff Farts, and the list goes on and on.
Oh.
You remember, Brother Shabazz, when it was like, it's just anybody but Trump. Oh, I just gotta get Trump out. I just can't have 4 more years of Trump. Oh, we gotta get rid of him. Blah blah blah.
Well,
And this is during the heart of the George Floyd protest.
oh yes, are they surprised if they have a crazy president at the White House? Is this something new to us? We have George Bush
Yep.
Jr. and we have George Bush, Ronald Reagan,
We had
even Bill
senile
Clinton,
Reagan.
even
Yep.
Bill Clinton,
We had Nixon.
and
We had
Bill
Clinton. We had
Clinton,
old Slick Willie.
Bill
Mm-hmm.
Clinton's an evil president, and don't
Yeah.
they remember that he bombed Sudan back in 1998? Don't they remember that?
No, apparently they don't. They got amnesia. Just like they don't even remember old Sambo. They got amnesia about that. Old Sambo bombed more black countries, more African countries than any other president in U.S. history. They forgot about that. They forgot about a lot of stuff, Brother Shabazz. Like, I don't know what it is about our people, but a lot of our people have short memories.
I believe
But
so.
we here at the New Black Media and those of us that are signal boosters of the New Black Media, we're like Pepper's Farm. We remember every goddamn thing.
Sure do.
So, like, they try to lie and say that what happened in 2021 when the Haitians got rounded up at the border didn't happen. They try to say that was a hoax. I was like, what? Like, so you telling me my lying eyes didn't see what I seen? It's just like how they did with 9/11. Oh, that wasn't a demolition. Our democracy was under attack.
Democracy.
It's a bunch of hypocrisy. The same ones that keep talking about democracy don't even practice it. Sorry, that's some. Just started up out of nowhere. Come on, Shabaka, what is taking you so long to log in? I'm sorry, I'm just stalling for Shabaka. There he is. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City. I hope you're enjoying your Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, man. We love seeing you. Them ponies going to the barn.
The
Sad.
Broncos. The
Man,
goddamn Broncos, Shabaka.
man, them ponies, man, is busters, man.
Enjoy y'all Super Bowl. Because that'll be probably the last win y'all get all season long.
Yeah. Well.
Well,
Oh, we're pirates, man. You know, we can make ships sail
You
on
pirates
dry
with
land.
no
Sin
ocean,
City,
no
man.
water.
Respect it. You know what I'm
I've never
saying? You
seen a
got
boat.
raiders
I've never
cities,
seen a
man.
ship sail on dry land. I've never seen that before.
Well, listen to a song by The Temptations. Sad note, I don't know if you up on it. I just posted it.
Yeah,
Jackson
Tito died.
5,
Yes,
he passed away.
yes.
But
R.I.P.
one thing, though, I did grow up on their music. But one thing I am happy for them, he died rich.
Yeah, he did. So before you joined the Shabaka, I was waiting to hear your thoughts on this. So the Uhuru 3 got arrested last year. Remember, we had covered that they had got their headquarters raided.
Oh, down in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, so they had just went to trial and they were convicted. And I had just played the video of Democracy Now! Of them.
They were convicted.
But they dropped the most serious charge of foreign agency, but they charged them with the conspiracy. Because if you recall,
here we
were
go.
saying that
COINTELPRO again.
Yeah, it's COINTELPRO 2.0. Just like we had covered on them Mile High News with the Black Identity Extremists, the BIEs, and how Joyless Reid and the rest of them Democratic shields were trying to put us all in the same category, talking about we were spreading disinformation and misinformation because we were demanding, telling our people to demand something tangible for their vote back in 2019, 2020.
Brother Che, what did the Minister of Defense, Dr. Huey P. Newton, say, man, back in 1966?
We want an immediate end to the police brutality, to the murder of Black unarmed bodies by the hands of the police, and immediate release of Black bodies from these
political prisoners.
Our political prisoners from these jails and prisons.
Yes, sir. But the key thing that he said is that he did state, and this is a direct quote out of Dr. Newton's Revolutionary Suicide, that once you step on this path, you must realize that you are doomed. Say,
yep, that's what he said.
And this ain't nothing to play with. Then also too, another top story, as you well aware.
Shouting you out, Shabaki.
Hey, Mac 285, what's happening? Twin Pyramid, how you be? How you be? How you be? Also, too, I'm sure everybody is well aware of when they say that they die in threes. So that's James Earl Jones, Frankie Beverly, and Tito Jackson. Also, too,
it was actually fours this time because the Rich Homie Quan died too.
Who?
Rich Homie Quan.
Okay, enlighten
Quan. Rapper.
He was a young rapper.
Oh, he was. Okay.
He was like,
okay.
He's in my age group. He was like 3 years younger than me.
He's 43. I think he's 40. 34. Yeah, 34. Sorry, I got it backward.
34. Oh,
yeah, he was only 34.
What are they putting in these foods?
It's this fentanyl. Shabaka, it's this goddamn fentanyl.
Oh,
damn
man. Oh, man.
The dealers is cutting the dope with the fentanyl. It's really bad. It's really messing people up bad. I mean, every time I go outside my building, somebody's passed out. Somebody talking to themselves. Some lady try to put herself make herself a plant, put herself in a damn planting pot, like crazy stuff.
Oh man! Oh, that is well, like I always say, brother Che, protect yourself at all times, man. It's because see, they coming at us through the GMOs. They coming to us with these narcotics, like they did in the 60s and 70s. Lucy in the Sky, Diamonds, we love everybody and all that bullshit, except that we're not loving ourselves. You see what I'm saying? That is the problem. Also, too, welcome our guest.
Jump has had a second assassination attempt.
Yeah, sir. That's the top news down there when he was on a golf course at Mar-a-Lago. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and it's just a political fervor that's coming about.
Correct. So, what are your final thoughts on the Uhuru 3?
Okay, what they need to do is that they need to take that case up to the United States Supreme Court. Okay.
Yeah.
Get a lot of public opinion on them, man, is because the only thing what they was doing was reconnecting back to our ancestral ties and what have you. Because going back to tradition is the first step forward. They don't want us to go back to tradition because our first step forward was, hey, you know what? We realize in our position, just like a slave on a plantation, they didn't want him to read. Okay, it's because once he starts reading, he starts thinking. Once he starts thinking, he starts realizing his position. Once he starts realizing his position, you know what?
Right. And we should dedicate this show to Tito, Frankie,
James Earl Jones, and Rich Homie Quan.
Rich Homie Quan, yeah.
Okay, so be it. Okay, so be it, Mac 285. We feel you right there on that there, brother. You know what I'm saying?
We did cover the death of Frankie Beverly. Oh, did we? Yeah, we talked about Frankie.
Yeah, and we also talked about James Earl Jones.
And we talked about Rich Homie Quan.
Okay, all right, and also too, another thing is this here too. Everybody talks about they love James Earl Jones and Coming to America, which was beautiful. Mm-hmm. Okay, but I loved him in The Great White Hope when he portrayed loosely Jack Johnson, although they called him Jack Jefferson. And this is why each time I go through Reno, Nevada, I sit back, I listen to the wind, and I hear the stories of long ago, and I'm just seeing all them peckerwoods up there. Yeah, come on, Big Jim, you could do it. And old Jack Johnson went there and put the work and knocked him on his ass.
Yeah,
that's great news.
Yeah,
I like that better than I like seeing the ponies going back into the barn.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Enjoy your Super Bowl while it lasts. You know,
about Jack Johnson. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Jack Johnson was the first black heavyweight champion. Also, too, ladies and gentlemen, on this date here, September 15th, Muhammad Ali had regained the World Heavyweight Championship for a third time, which was unprecedented at that time. Okay. I never did see Fences Mac 285. I never did see it. I never did see Fences.
Oh, yeah, about Muhammad Ali. He talked about Jack Johnson. He said he knows that, he told himself, he said, he knows he's bad, but Jack Johnson is crazy. I mean, he walked all over the South with a white to the white man people's faces all over the South. That's how crazy Jack Johnson was.
They give him a ticket for $500. He would pay it, and he would be like he would pay them twice the amount. But he said, "Hey, I'm going to speed."
Because he said he's going to come back speeding again. Is because another thing that Jack Johnson liked to do is that he used to like to race, and he had getting tickets in Colma, California, which is just south of San Francisco. Also, too, Jack Johnson has got tickets in the city of San Francisco, racing through Golden Gate Park, and Golden Gate Park is like Central Park in New York, except for the West Coast. It's real big. Nigga, you think I like you? James Earl Jones. It's because, I checked out clips of him, Mac 285, and he says, I take care of you because it is my job. He had also stated that Mr. Charlie, he don't pay me because he likes me. He pays me because he owes me. And James Earl Jones, as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, he was also to a great stage actor on Broadway many of times. Also to another great movie that James Earl Jones did that I really started liking him. It was in Claudine. That was real good. Also, too, ladies and gentlemen,
we've already went over this, Shabaka. We already went over it.
Okay, but also, too, Brother Che, then I'm going to say this here, and then I'm going to yield. We are approaching the 50th anniversary, ladies and gentlemen, of the Rumble in the Jungle. I'm a Blaze, I'm a Daze, I'm a Lean and Sheen.
Wow.
Yeah.
50 years.
Yeah, well, Ali regained the heavyweight crown October 1974 with his 8th round knockout of George Foreman. He was a 3-1 underdog.
Wow. All right, well, I got to move us along. So the next topic is the Oklahoma Supreme Court denies a request to reconsider the Tulsa Race Massacre lawsuit dismissal.
Yes, sir. Okay, and I had visited the Black Wall Street. You could still feel the vibe of it there. And then I hope to get there, man, next summer, to do a live feed from there, because I'm not going out there on that road, man, because it's getting ready to snow. And plus, that the great state of Nevada is getting ready to get drenched with some rain, coming in off the coast of California, say, within the next couple of days.
Yeah, we just had some rain today. As a matter of fact, we just had some rain today.
Yeah, okay. Well, Brother Che, in Denver, Colorado, man, you guys can get all 4 seasons in one day at any given time of the year. And I would not have believed it had I not witnessed it. Okay, the Oklahoma State Supreme Court.
This is from the Associated Press, otherwise known as the Aryan Press. The Oklahoma Supreme Court denies a request to reconsider Tulsa Race Massacre lawsuit dismissal 4 days ago. This is one of the 2 last remaining survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre from 1921. Excuse me. This is Leslie and Sister Viola Fletcher. Her brother just passed a year ago here in Denver. I got to meet him right before he passed, Mr. Van Hughes Ellis. So the Oklahoma Supreme Court has rejected a request to reconsider its ruling to dismiss a lawsuit filed by the last two known living survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Without comment, 7 members of the court on Tuesday turned away the request by 110-year-old Viola Fletcher and 109-year-old Leslie Benningfield Randall to rehear its June ruling that upheld a decision by a district court judge in Tulsa to dismiss the case. Justice James Edinson would have reheard the case, and Justice Richard Darby did not vote. Fletcher and Randall survived the massacre that is considered one of the worst single acts of violence against Black people in U.S. history. As many as 300 Black people were killed, more than 1,200 homes, businesses, schools and churches were destroyed, and thousands were forced into internment camps overseen by the National Guard when a white mob, including some deputized by authorities, that's what we kept trying to tell Sarge, but he didn't get that, looted and burnt the Greenwood District, also known as Black Wall Street.
Yes, sir.
DeMario Solomon Simmons, attorney for Fletcher and Benningfield, were not immediately available for comment. Solomon Simmons, following the motion for a rehearing in July, also asked the U.S. Department of Justice to open an investigation into the massacre under the Emmett Till Unsolved Civil Rights Crime Act. Oh, Sleepy Joe, President Biden sat down with my clients. He promised that he would see that they get justice. Yeah, we remember that, and it still has not happened. Solomon Simmons said at the time. Then he went to the next room and had a robust speech where he told the nation that he stood with the survivors and descendants of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Yeah, we remember that. That's around the time you two went down there, because remember the New Black Panther Party was having formations down there. It was like,
and what it was.
Hold on, Shabak, I got to finish the article.
Yes, sir.
We are calling upon President Biden to fulfill his promise to these survivors, to this community, and for Black people across the nation. Solomon Simmons said. Then we got the Emmett Till Act, which is supposed to be for Black people, but it doesn't do much of anything because the killer Emmett Till got to go away scot-free. Even though they had a damn warrant to arrest this woman, they still let her die in peace. She died peacefully in a freaking nursing home that they kept moving her around from nursing home to nursing home because it was pull-up summer, and the New Black media and those that listen to the New Black media was pulling up on her, demanding that she be arrested. There's no statutes or limitations on murder, and she should have been arrested, no matter how old she was. Anyway, the Emmett Till Act allows for the reopening of cold cases and violent crimes against Black people committed before 1970. The lawsuit was an attempt under Oklahoma's public nuisance law to force the city of Tulsa and others to make restitution for the destruction. Attorneys also argued that Tulsa appropriated the historic reputation of Black Wall Street to their own financial and what is it called?
Reputational.
Is that what it is?
Reputational benefit.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Shabazz. They argue that any money the city receives from promoting Greenwood or Black Wall Street, including revenue from the Greenwood Rising History Center, said should be placed in a compensation fund for victims and their descendants. And I agree with that, but y'all need to do more than that. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, these lone survivors been waiting over 100 years for justice, and they're just trying to wait them out at this point. 110 or 109, they really ain't got that much time left. So they really need to stop dragging their feet. And where's Kamala Harris on this? Kamala Harris ain't said a damn thing about this. And Biden might have met with them, but he ain't done a damn thing about it either. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this? Shabaka, are you muted?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had my mic on mute. Okay, it is what it is to be expected. Okay, so this is why, man, I don't have no faith in none of these sorry black ass politicians, man, running in this election, because this should have been the first damn thing, man, that they should have been talking about. But y'all we just get along, you out. When is that madness going to end? Okay. When is that self-hatred going to end? But I think, Brother Parrish, you have put it so well, the Stockholm Syndrome.
Yep, Stockholm Syndrome and cognitive dissonance.
Oh, mainly the cognitive dissonance. You see what I'm saying? Mainly the cognitive dissonance. You know what I'm saying? And then is that the sad part about it is that those with that cognitive dissonance, okay, will sit up there, cuss me out until they blue in the face. Okay, saying we need to be so forgiving and all this old type of crap. And, you know, that was so long ago. Well, there's old saying, those who forget the past are condemned to repeat
it.
Yeah, okay. Now, it's just like the old saying goes, you can only kick a dog so many times.
Right.
Okay, and this is why I will continue to argue with Sarge. This is why I will continue to argue any hateful white supremacist that calls Shabaka's black expansion ass and tell them about their stinking asses.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because they did not believe in bathing. Okay, black women gave the concept of feminine hygiene. You see what I'm saying? From Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying? Also, too, this business, and I'm not trying to get no argument with you, Brother Chair, about that. We was already here. Now, I spoke on an earlier live stream on this, and I asked a question. Okay, and the question is this: does it snow in Africa?
In Mount Kilimanjaro, I believe it does.
Right, Mount Kilimanjaro, okay, which is up about 28,000 feet, because Mama Africa, Miriam Makeba, had made a song called Kilimanjaro. Okay, first place, we are not snow people, and the continent of North America always snow. I only know 3 states where it doesn't snow in the continental U.S. That's Florida, California, and parts of Nevada. So I will debate with any ass scratcher, any coon, any Yasa boss, you know what I'm saying, and go with these facts. Also, too, these 6 o'clock Taylor Swift bimbos, okay? The black woman is the only one that has that curvature. You see what I mean? Okay.
Yeah, and again, Shabaka, you asked what's the missing link. It's the Dow's Commission, and asked for the climate. The climate ain't always been like this, Shabaka. Just like I was telling you, like the Sahara Desert hasn't always been a desert. Like the climate of the Earth hasn't always. The climate that we see right now of North America, South America, Europe, and Africa hasn't always been the same. It changes. We have such things as pole shifts. They have such things as, you know, deforestation, or desertization. Hey, C-Roll. Maha, salute, B1, salute.
Yeah, grand niggas to you too, my brother. Okay. 418 5996. Okay, all right. So I'm just putting it up there in the chat room, Brother Che, about the show for this Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right, but not in country that it snows. Okay, now what country is it where it snows at, sir?
Where is Mount Kilimanjaro located?
Snows in Africa.
Uganda,
I've lived there, but
Kenya,
not in country that snows. Okay.
Tanzania.
Okay. All right. Tanzania is
over
because
there by Lake Victoria.
Tanzania is east. Yeah, that's East Africa. I forgot the name of it, but it's not Lake Victoria.
It snows in Tanzania too.
It snows in Tanzania, okay, which is South Africa. The true name of it is South Africa. Elon Musk is not an African. He is a damn boy. He is Dutch.
Yeah, okay? Anywhere with mountains.
Yeah, man. And also too, CRW, go through Denver. Go through the Rocky Mountains, man. You know what I'm saying? It gets extremely cold up there. 15 degrees below zero. I've experienced it. I saw a waterfall frozen in place and couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. Also too, when we developed the concept of trigonometry and geometry, and if anybody has a lead on Dr. Ashwa Kwesi, please reach out to him, you know what I mean? And also, too, we're going to be having Dr. Christina Parks, you know, in the near future as she sorts out her schedule on the great work of what she is doing. Also, too, they're getting ready to have monkeypox and new... pandemic or what have you. Also,
no jabby jab.
Yeah, new jabby jab. I'm not taking a jab. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay.
I know. Pandemic been around back in 2020 in the month of March, and I didn't catch it, and I didn't take the jab. The secret is simply fruits and vegetables. It boosts up the immune system.
That's what we're saying all along.
Yeah, and that's what I'm loading myself up on.
Fruits and vegetables. And I work at FedEx. I do exercise naturally at the job, so.
Yeah,
we had exactly when we were on the Mile High News. Because remember, we weren't catching it. And then out of nowhere, we started demanding something for our vote. And all of a sudden, the jabby jab. Illegal immigration invasion,
and even if they get the jab, but they still catch the COVID-19 or other type of virus after the jab.
The people was dying from the jabby jab, and they called that disinformation and misinformation. So we don't want to get too much into that because we don't want to take the video down. But yeah,
and they will shut us down on it. That they will do. Now, also too, Black family, ask yourself this, okay? Why is it over there in Foster City, California, South San Francisco, right? Basically in San Mateo County, why you got all these biotechnical firms? Now, let's look at the two words.
Because it's biochemical warfare.
Exactly.
It's manufactured in a laboratory.
Exactly.
The U.S. has the patent on a lot of these viruses and diseases. Don't just take my word for it. Look it up.
Oh, no, we already did. How are you going to own a patent on a disease?
I'm not telling. We've looked it up, yes, but the people tuning in might not have looked it up. So I was telling them to go look it up because, you know, do your own independent research. Think it's not illegal yet. But yeah, a lot of these viruses and diseases have patents on them that belong, ironically, to the United States.
Okay, now glad you brought that up, Brother Chase, because way back in early 1960, President Kennedy had set up the Peace Corps, and they were sending all these college students, you know, in various sciences, right, over to Africa, giving all these inoculations, you see what I'm saying, you know, to the Black community. Over there. Okay, then of course you had a lot of neo-colonialists over there, as you calling them damn tethers, Brother Che. You are right about those tethers. Okay. Also, too, President Traore of Burkina Faso. Guess what he did, folk? Y'all gonna love this. He told the French.
With the gold, right?
Yeah. He said he nationalized the gold over there, and he is hoping that this here will start a trend on the rest of the continent. And then he also says is that we're not with rainbow flags over here, so shake the spot, just like President Museveni had told the dude with the ketchup up his ass, thinking he's menstruating. Well, we'll take away your funding. And the president says, President Museveni said, fine, now shake the spot. By the way, Trick, you still here in my office?
Right.
Get up out of here. Now, everybody remembers Dada, nobody fool Big Daddy.
He used to make them bow to him.
As well as he should have. You see what I'm saying? Now, Edie had issues like we all had, but it's not rocket science to figure out that when you are getting pimped and exploited, it is like me coming into your home telling you that all your possessions in here is mine.
Belong to me.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that is supposed to happen to me to make such an asinine, bizarre statement like that, I'm supposed to have my head split open with a 2x4.
Period.
But then you got the Yasa bosses. Uncle Tim Scott, I just let you the house. You know what I'm saying? The field Negro and the house Negro. And then also, too, we all know what happened down there in Mar-a-Lago today, and we'll get on that there when Brother Che takes us through the
yes, correct. We're like 1 or 2 topics away from that. So,
yes.
Brother Sebastian, do you have anything else to say about the Oklahoma Supreme Court denying a request to reconsider the Tulsa Race Massacre lawsuit?
Well, this is terrible. I'm still here. It's terrible. They've been, they acknowledge it and they didn't even do nothing about it. Don't even give a compensation after they talking about it and put it on the news. Yeah. Why did they put it on the news all of a sudden? Just to make themselves look smart and don't give us nothing?
Exactly.
That's baloney.
Totally it is. Totally it is, Brother Shabazz. And then Brother Che will tell you, man, because, see, you know, you guys are the generation after me. Okay, so what it is that they want us to be dumbing down.
I'm 46 now. I'm 46.
You're definitely the generation after her.
Okay, 46, man. You know, I'm a senior citizen, man. You know what I'm saying? And then what I talk about to pass on down to you brothers and sisters after me, I talk about what I have lived through, is because they got a whole bunch of misinformation out here about the history of the sizzling 60s. Okay,
the truth is like all this misinformation, and the lies are now the truth.
True, exactly. Yeah. Truth are lies and lies are truth. Okay. Just like this is why I appreciated the former heavyweight champion of not going to the conflict in Vietnam. And the U.S. Supreme Court did overturn his conviction, 4 years later. Okay. And what the heavyweight champion says, I don't have no quarrel with the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong ain't never raped our women. The Viet Cong ain't never hung our men folk up on trees and castrated them and put their privates in their mouth. So what I want to go to there for? Why do I want to go kill them? So then you have those who says, well, Ali was just a coward. Well, let me tell you something that I know a little bit about. It takes a lot of guts to get in that boxing ring, okay? And so Mr. Ali, when he was lecturing at the University of Texas on this, they had called him a nigger. He said, right. They called him a draft dodger. He said, right. They called him all kind of foul and derogatory crap. So Mr. Ali says, you know what? If I'm going to die, I am prepared to die fighting one of you. Do I have any takers? And then them white cowards sat up there. You could hear a pin drop in the room. And keep in mind, people, you had a lot of white folk that protested the war in Vietnam. They were publicly burning their draft cards, and then they was out there holding their own protest saying, hell no, we won't go. We won't die for Texaco.
Yeah.
Okay? I remember that, as a kid, looking at all of this. And then also, too, the Black Panther Party had stated is that all black men should be exempt from the selective service military draft. What are we fighting for? You see? Also, too, they
bullshit democracy that they don't even practice. But Shabaka, I gotta move us along because we've been on this topic for too long, and I think Lady Chase about to get on here.
Okay, all right, the next case.
So the next topic is the professor's back. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Professor Black Truth was on summer hiatus, and he's back.
Okay.
So he wanted to let us know his thoughts on what went down in California 2 weeks ago with that reparations bills not getting passed, and then Gavin Newsom playing stupid about it, and then vetoing the housing assistance for the illegals. To try to cover his behind. After that, Republican tried to introduce it to the floor, and the Democrats shot it down. So that's your Democrats. That's what you're voting for, no matter who gets you, especially in California. And black people are a mass exodus out of California. Shabaka is an example of many Californians that are no longer living in California.
No, sir. I can't do it no more. It's because it's too ridiculous. Every other group is benefiting off of rights that we went out there and got hit with fire hoses and nightsticks upside the head, and then you had old frog face down there in Alabama. Segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation tomorrow.
Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Tonight, the leader of California's Reparations Task Force is speaking out after state lawmakers blocked 2 reparations-related proposals. The California Legislative Blacc Caucus decided to withhold those bills from moving forward. That led to a big protest at the Capitol over the weekend, as you see here. That's what the video is that you're watching right now. KCRA3 Capitol correspondent Ashley Zavala spoke with the reparations leader.
Yeah, so Ashley, what does she have to say about how this whole session ended over the weekend?
Golston and Lisa, Kamala Moore was the chairwoman of California's historic reparations task force. That group wrapped up its work last year after spending years studying the effects of slavery, racial discrimination, and its impact on Black Californians.
And its murderous police.
By the Blacc Caucus after it decided, he says, were fundamental for reparations. Emotions still high after this scene at the state capitol over the weekend.
It's Black people spend all people from getting their reparations.
Reparations supporters frustrated by the Legislative Blacc Caucus's last-minute decision to block votes in the Assembly on proposals that would establish a state agency and state fund for reparations. The Blacc Caucus divided, with some saying they were afraid of the governor's veto, while the caucus leader, Assemblymember Lori Wilson, claimed the bills did not have the votes.
I think what happened on Saturday was unconscionable.
Kamala Moore led California's reparations task force that helped come up with these recommendations. She did not expect this.
What we saw was a complete betrayal by the California Legislative Blacc Caucus.
Task force that helped.
You stole us, you sold us, you owe us. Reparations now, that's right.
Come up with these recommendations. She did not expect this.
What we saw was a complete betrayal by
the
California Legislative Blacc Caucus against their own constituents. They chose to prioritize their ego and their own self-interest over the people that they claim to serve.
It seemed like Democratic legislative leaders were hands-off about this. Do you think they should have stepped in?
I do think that the Assembly leadership, namely the Assembly Speaker, Robert Rivas, should have, intervened. In effect, he sided with the Black Caucus.
How do you, the advocates, the supporters, how do you all move forward here? What are the next steps?
The next step for us is to keep pushing to hold the California Legislative Black Caucus accountable.
Yes, we tried to get a response from caucus leader Assemblymember Lori Wilson at a different reparations-related rally that she was supposed to headline at the state capitol Tuesday, but she canceled her appearance. I tried asking supporters about the situation. Do you have any thoughts that you want to share right now? They dodged the question.
Now, Assemblymember Wilson's spokesperson told us in part she canceled her appearance there because she did not want to detract from the importance of that rally. As we worked on this story, we also tried to interview California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, who wrote the law that launched the Reparations Task Force years ago. She declined our request. We should note her daughter is Assemblymember Akilah Weber. She's another Black Caucus member who is under scrutiny for Saturday's actions. Back to you.
All right, we'll keep following this along with you. Ashley, thanks for bringing us up to date on that. And
all right, let's just get right to it. The reparations bill that was supposed to go through the California legislature that would officially establish a reparations agency, which meant that some money was going to start moving, well, apparently it's been blocked. And it wasn't by just the usual suspects. The ones leading the charge was California's so-called Black Assembly Caucus. I guess this is supposed to be the state version of the Black Congressional Caucus. Just like the CBC, these guys' job is to represent white power. Their job is to be the Negroes sucking up to Massa, and that's exactly what they did. Now, this happened in liberal California, mind you. Supposed to be so liberal California. Supposed to be the Negroes who are so free, and yet look what they're doing. Buck down to beat the band. What happened was when the bill came up, they literally waited until the last hour of the Legislative Assembly. They waited until literally the last moment to show their true colors. They had all this time to go ahead and put it through. It's like, no, we're not going to do that. We need to do this on our way out the door. We need to do this right before we close the doors. That way there'll be as little time as possible to stop it. And hopefully we'll have to only answer one or two questions. No questions at all, actually. We're going to try to do this in a way where we don't have to answer any questions because we did it on our way out the door. There's not going to be any bill. There's not going to be any reparations agency. This is what you got here. You're Black California politicians. And here they are speaking in one voice saying, hell no, we're against reparations. And before we go any further, this individual, Reggie Jones Sawyer, this clown, this buck dancing scumbag,
Step and fetch. Yalbo!
This guy has a long record of attacking reparations. I made a video about him 2 years ago detailing how he was attacking reparations then because he demanded that reparations has to apply to every Black person, regardless of ancestry, regardless of when they got here, hell, regardless of anything. If they just claim to be Black, give them a check. And he was part of that whole effort to lead the charge to stop a reparations bill. Let's go ahead and get the governor to veto this or something. He didn't want it to go through. The Black grassroots forced that reparations task force to actually live up to its name. The Black grassroots forced them to stay on code because they didn't want to. That's not what they were there for. So what happened was it was the Black grassroots that shot down this Assemblyman Sawyer's asinine demand. But that was 2 years ago when he pulled that, October of 2022. So this wasn't some spur of the moment thing for him. The point was to stop the reparations bill on the way out the door this year. And hopefully, once the election's over with, months from now, hey, the California Assembly convenes a new session. But by then, memories are short. So hopefully everybody will have forgotten about this. And they're all hoping that they can escape the wrath of the voters. That's the plan. Sawyer and the rest of them, they hated reparations the whole time from the very beginning. And we in the Black media have been telling you about this. You had a lot of Negroes out there, many of them shills, but many of them are just unthinking clods, trying to tell us how great their local assemblyman is. I've known him for 30 years. I did an entire video 15 years ago where all Detroiters now, where I talked about exactly why that kind of stupid hound dog loyalty is so foolish by black people. I'm sorry, but your local black politician, there's a reason he ain't done a dang thing for you. This Sawyer clown, he's emblematic of a far larger, far more pernicious disease within the black body politic. He was one of the main folks leading the charge to make it where our reparations was going to be going to everyone. That's how you know that there's a program at work here. You think it's some accident he's showing up, and instead of him saying, well, you know what? The black voters have spoken. I got to support their interests. Instead, it's like, I'm laughing at you. Yeah, no reparations if I have anything to say about it. And that comes down to the black voters out there themselves. Here that bastard is openly mocking the black voters of California on the single most important issue facing black people out there. Now, I want for all of these shills and bootlicks who infest the comment section, go ahead and tell me how this clown is any different or any better than the most racist good old boy in Mississippi. How is this guy any different or any better than any Republican? How is this kind of disrespect any better or any different than what you say about Trump? At least Trump never pulled a stunt quite like this.
Right.
Trump would have had at least the decency to say, well, I don't know if I'm going to be doing this on camera. I just tell him that I'm not going to do anything. Guys giving the middle finger to every black person in California and every black person in America who's demanding our reparations. That's what this is meant to be.
Yep.
How is this any different than the most bigoted white supremacists you could think of in public office? And these are the people who the roly-polies and the joke Reids and the rest of the bootleg sellouts and suck-ups say that we're supposed to vote for. This is what's supposed to pass for black political leadership. But it's not just this creep. You have pretty much every black politician in the state legislature who are fighting this. And not surprisingly, you got Gavin Newsom siding with the sellout Black Caucus. He says that they're owed an apology. Gavin Newsom says, you guys, you owe them an apology for being treated the way they were treated, to be doxxed, to be personally maligned and attacked. Now, I can't speak to anyone doxing anyone. People make that claim all the time, and I can't speak to any veracity of that. But the only thing that they're owed is a swift recall from office.
Right.
Maligned, don't dream. They're not being maligned at all. They're being accurately described vis-a-vis their behavior. Attacked? No, they're being held accountable for defying and undermining their own black voters. That's what's happening here. There are no attacks. The attack is what's been happening to black people for 500 years in this country, and they've been part of the problem.
Yeah.
It's no surprise at all that Newsom's out there. After all, a puppet isn't very far from its handler, now is it? Puppets don't stray very far from their master. And if you think that these freaking Democrats, the white Democrat leadership, are not behind this, you're a fool.
Right.
Those Negroes, they don't even decide to eat their butter biscuits without Massa slathering the butter on for them. They wouldn't dream of it. So what's happening is you got these bootlicks being the face of an anti-black policy pushed by the white Democrat leadership. They're all guilty. They're all complicit. But understand something. This is the beauty of reparations as a political issue. It forces everybody to have to go on the record and show where they stand. But it also shows the power of consistency. See, this is the result of black folks being on our square and fighting for this thing and not letting the issue die. That's what they didn't count on. Black folks, especially the black baby boomers, they were just the kings of short memories. And that's what this clown Sawyer's counting on. He's sitting here acting like this because he thinks to himself, you dumb niggas, y'all always just forget a few days from now, the next news cycle or the next Cardi B video or the next Sexy Red video, y'all will be on to something else. So I can get away with this. He's going to be a victimless crowd. I can go ahead and mock y'all, give y'all the middle finger. Y'all going to just forget about it because you always do's. That's what he's counting on. That is why he's acting like that. Because he's gotten away with it so many times before. Because black people tragically have shown to have short memories. But not this new generation, starting with Gen X. Our memories are a hell of a lot longer. And thanks to the black media, we're making sure you don't forget. And this is the reason why. This is the power of persistence. The bad guys have seen that. They're understanding that it's not going away. Now, the lie that they're trying to push is that they're going to bring this issue up in the next assembly. Before we vote for you, Obama, you're going to have to promise to us what you're going to do. I can't promise anything. I got to win first. Got to win this election first. After I get in office, maybe we might be able to talk about it then. Okay, we vote for Obama. He gets into office. All right, here's what we need you to do. I can't do anything. I got this healthcare thing, and I got these feminist rights. And, make sure that abortion is a national law. And I got to make sure that all of them illegal aliens are going to be legalized. I got to take care of that first. Stuff much more important than you. You got to wait. You got to wait. Besides, I got to get reelected. I got to get that reelection now. I can't endanger that now. Okay, so you'll endanger it for the LGBT community. You'll do it for illegal aliens. It's okay to go ahead and push all of these unpopular policies for all of these smaller constituencies who can't do anything for you. But for the main party constituency, the backbone of the Democratic Party, all of a sudden can't do anything for you. It's too dangerous. Well, then I guess it's too dangerous for me to vote for you now, isn't it? Exactly. But as soon as black folks fell for that scam, Obama's like, I got him even at the palm of my hand. And next thing you know, the real abuse began. Y'all need to vote for Hillary, because if you don't vote for Hillary, I'll consider it to be a personal insult to my legacy. You got to ensure my legacy. Now he's gone from asking for your vote to now slapping you in the face and telling you owe it to me. Owe it to him? That's what he means. I consider it a personal insult, as if we owe it to him. Owe it to him for what? What did he do to earn our debt? How are we indebted to a man who did nothing for us? Exactly. But that's Barack Obama for you. And they've been able to get away with that lie so much. You got to wait till the next election. The next election. I can't do anything for you this election. I got to get reelected. Okay, you got reelected. Well, I got to hand the keys to the White House off to somebody else. Got to hold on that office now. The mean old Republicans, they ain't going to do nothing for you. Oh, as opposed to you Democrats who ain't doing nothing at all. That's what this is. The same old political treadmill, kick the can down the road. See, they failed to stall reparations as an issue at all with their endless studies and task forces and such. It was never supposed to actually go beyond that. That was the entire plan. That was going to be where reparations died. There would be an alleged study, and there was supposed to be a quote-unquote task force, bold-sounding name for what was supposed to be nothing, and they would give some mild milquetoast recommendations, and that was supposed to be the end of it. It was supposed to die a quiet death, but the black grassroots had other plans. The black grassroots pushed the issue off the treadmill. The black grassroots did that. And then you had these same California political forces who tried to redefine reparations altogether. It's going to apply to everyone. And there were Reggie Sawyer was saying, it's got to apply to everybody or ain't no reparations. Well, the black grassroots shut that noise down. Now they're trying to go back to the drawing board. That's what this maneuver is meant to be. This is them trying to hit the reset button. They lost this fight, so now they're trying to get a do-over. Well, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. We'll bring it up next session, and I can promise you, when they bring it up again, it's like, well, there's going to be some changes now. There's going to be some big change. This cash reparations thing, y'all keep, that's the first thing that needs to be changed. That is the overarching talking point that they've all been using. Cash reparations. Well, if you reparations is fine as long as it ain't cash now. Cash is the problem. You can't be wanting no money now. Cash is the problem. That's how you know we're on the right track. That's how you know cash reparations is the demand that we should be making. By the way, I would love to know if there's any audio recordings of these sellout legislative Black Assembly members behind the scenes. I mean, we can all guess what kind of things that these clowns would be saying. I'm sure that they would sound exactly like that Mayor Stephen Reid from Birmingham or whatever, saying that they don't need black voters and that they're so brilliant. And I'll bet you that their white Democrat colleagues would be telling them how radical these online folks are, how radical these reparations advocates are. Oh, did you hear how they were yelling out there in the chambers? Oh, my God. Reparations, it's a cute idea, but it's just so irresponsible. It's just irresponsible. And I can promise you, those Black Assembly caucus members, like good little slaves, they be amening every word. Well, some black folks just they don't understand the reality now. And what is the reality, massa? That's what they would be saying. It would be great to hear some behind the scenes audio recording how these traitors and scumbags and sellouts were talking behind the scenes when they think nobody could hear them. Because we've already had enough examples of this one we already know, but still, just for posterity's sake. What actually happened with this whole thing of reparations? The reason that they had to pull this stunt is because this is an issue that got away from them. It was never supposed to get this far. It wasn't supposed to. They thought that they had killed it. They thought they had already set up a pre-planned script. And the end of it would be, there would be some loose talk about a task force, and the task force would put together a study, and the study would have some minor recommendations somewhere. And by then, everybody would have moved on or forgotten, and it wouldn't matter. That was the point. Stall for time. these loud Negroes being pushed by those angry voices online. They actually were pushing a policy out into the real world, and we can't allow it to go any farther. It's got to stop here. We got to kill it quietly. It needs to die a natural death in silence when no one's looking. I know. We'll go ahead and say there's a task force, make some recommendations, and by then they'll forget to be going away. Except it didn't go away. We wouldn't allow it. You had the black grassroots led by people like our brother Tariq, who got on their behinds and stayed on their behinds. When they were forced to specify who reparations would apply to, that was the black grassroots setting the agenda at that point. Now the black grassroots were in charge, and that's when things went wrong for the bad guys. It was never supposed to actually be defined like that. Black folks are never supposed to be able to actually exercise any sort of power or control. We're supposed to just be sitting back and other people are dictating things and we're just being acted upon. We never get to have our say. That's what was supposed to happen, except we didn't allow it to. They put this together as nothing more than political theater. That's what it was supposed to be. But the black grassroots kicked the bootlicks off the stage and turned it into warfare. White supremacy certainly understands this principle. After all, this has been a 500-year-long war to maintain white supremacy, and that's why they use bootlicks and agents so extensively. The best way to guarantee you win a war is by controlling both sides. They control the Republicans. Some of you are patting your black California legislators on the back for supporting reparations. I hope that those people who were name-dropping their favorite assembly person, I hope that you guys will stick around now. Be good for you to go ahead and try to boost your chosen boy now. And you wonder why it was that I had nothing but criticism for all of them. Well, now you know why. They didn't want reparations. They never did. All they wanted was a conveniently crafted talking point. They wanted to be able to come to us and falsely claim that they were on the side of reparations. Why, we were in favor of that task force. But it's got to apply to everybody. It's got to be just another grab bag for everybody except for black folks. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to have the bragging rights, at least in front of us. Saying, there was some loose talk about reparations, but it was never supposed to go any farther than loose talk. But since we derailed their plans to kill the issue and actually forced it into the political arena, which, by the way, all these idiots who've been spending years going, reparations, man, they ain't going to be, ain't never going to come. Now these people are also quiet too. Interesting how that works. But the white powers that be, they're trying to crow about this one because they're desperate for a win. They saw how close this got. They were scared. And they're like, oh, well, at least those bootlicks, they got on code eventually with us. The white media, they're celebrating this. But they've also given the game away in the process. The Aryan propagandists, also known as the Associated Press, they republished an editorial from Cal Matter in which they wrote, political experts say California Democrats are walking a balance beam, trying to advance reparations policies far enough to appease advocates and black voters, but not so far as to incur potential voter blowback. Now, look at the language there. Trying to advance it far enough to appease advocates and black voters. Now, the white media never uses that word appease as a positive. They never use that word in any sort of positive context. They definitely don't use that word when talking about appeasement is what British Prime Minister Chamberlain did when he made concessions to Adolf Hitler in World War II. That's why the word has a negative connotation. Because it was used in association with Prime Minister Chamberlain. Out the bad appease these black voters, trying to appease these dangerous radicals. They would never use the word appease when talking about, say, AIPAC or supporters of Israel. Or talking about the LGBT community. They would never use that word when talking about them. But they made sure to drag it out as far as black folks are concerned. That's how you know they're looking to go, we got to take the gloves off. Let the masks slip. These Negroes are going too far. They're pushing us too far. And then this AP piece goes on to write, or rather repost, that they don't want it to go far enough to incur potential voter backlash. Aren't black voters voters too?
Right.
See, apparently not. So what other voters are they talking about? I'd like to know. What other groups are they talking about? When they talk about black voters and voter backlash, they're talking about two separate groups. So we know who the black voters are. But who's the other ones?
The white ones.
They draw a distinction between black voters and just plain voters. And they make it very clear that's who the priority ought to be given to, these other voters. We don't want voter backlash just because of these advocates and their rabble-rousing. But they admit that this is about them pulling a political con game to do and say just enough to make some of the more gullible black folks out there be pacified with their talk, but not enough for these other groups, the ones they actually care about, to think that the racial pyramid that they all depend on is going to be threatened. Also, this Cal Matters article reprinted by the AP talks about how reparations polling is an issue. And that's the big gun that they were wanting to aim at. Well, reparations doesn't poll very well. Now, whenever they're talking about gay marriage or Israel or immigration, nobody ever points to polls. Nobody ever mentions polls at all when talking about these issues, especially when there's times of controversy, like, say, the war in Gaza. They don't bring up polling then. All of a sudden, just stick to the issues, stick to the particulars. No, let's not go anywhere with any polling now.
I call it
but with us, we always see the white media bringing up some so-called polls. Why is that? Because as I've explained numerous times, anytime it comes to talk about black people, especially when we're advocating for ourselves, there's always at least 70% of the population who are completely against it. It's been that way since time immemorial. Say you want to get rid of lynching, there's going to be 70% of the population who are completely and thoroughly opposed to stopping lynching. But the interesting thing is that the more you talk about black people's issues, the more you make it where the white media can't treat it as some fringe issue, some kook issue. And the more you talk about it, you normalize black issues, you normalize black interest. The more that you talk about black people's issues and the things that we advocate for, the more you make it where it's okay to talk about it and it's okay to support it. See, you can go back to the very beginning of when they did polling on black people's issues, which was the civil rights movement. More than 2/3 of respondents to all of those polls back in the 60s, they opposed everything that black people were for. They opposed the March on Washington. They opposed the Freedom Riders. So black people getting on buses and saying, you got to stop lynching us. That was opposed by more than 2 out of 3 people in the U.S. And of course, the same went for the Black Lives Matter demonstrations. Anytime black people are advocating for anything, it's an automatic knee-jerk reaction by the vast majority of people in this country. They're going to say, we hate it. We don't like what those niggers are doing. That's just normal. Notice how that never gets brought up. Nobody ever brings up the history of it. Oh, they want to bring up their polls, but they don't want to make sure that you have the polls in proper context so that you understand it. And that you also don't understand that the longer that black people advocate for things, the more popular it becomes. For the AP or Cal Matters or whomever they're talking about, they say 67% of Americans oppose cash reparations, but that a more recent poll shows that opposition to cash reparations has dropped to 61%. So in a few short years, we've gone from nearly 7 out of 10 people in America who oppose reparations to now it's 3 out of 5. But the white media is not putting it that way. They're not framing it like that. In reality, the headline should be that support for cash reparations is growing, because that's exactly what's happening. Support for cash reparations is growing, not shrinking. About the only place where support for cash reparations is shrinking is the California Assembly, especially with the California Black Assembly Caucus. That seems to be about the most place in America where support for cash reparations is actually going down. It's going up everywhere else. So why isn't that the headline from the AP then? Why isn't the headline that the California Assembly shoots down cash reparations despite support for it growing nationwide? Because that's what it would be if you were talking about transgender bathrooms, or if you were talking about illegal immigration, or anything for any constituency that isn't black. They would make sure to frame it that, oh, keep in mind, support for these guys is going up, and these politicians, they're on the wrong side of history. That's what they would be doing. That's how they'd be framing it. But with us, they always make sure to reemphasize the point. Black people, nobody wants that at all. And it doesn't matter if support's going up or down. We're not even going to talk about whether or not support is changing or not. It's just nobody likes it, and that's the end of it. And fine point on it, the AP throws in a quote saying that reparations are uniquely unpopular. Uniquely unpopular? Well, they don't even bother to make any sham about the fact that this is not an article at all. It's a hit piece. Uniquely unpopular. You can look at the headline for this thing, talking about bitter defeat and such. Whenever you see the white media putting modifiers on words, especially in the headlines, that's how you know this isn't a news piece at all. You don't use modifiers when it comes to the headlines for what's supposed to be objective news. Right. If it's supposed to be just a fact-based piece, why would you put modifiers on the words? But that's what they're doing, because this is not objective at all. It's an editorial, and this is what they want you to think about it. 61% of Americans oppose cash reparations. That's supposed to make it uniquely unpopular. 61% opposing something makes it uniquely unpopular. They actually had the nerve to publish that. Now, to say that cash reparations is unpopular, that means that there's nothing in America at all that is as unpopular as cash reparations. That's what uniquely means. So there's no other issue in American politics or society that polls the same as cash reparations. So if 16, when an NPR Ipsos poll finds that 64% of Americans oppose book bans by school boards, and that 69% of Americans oppose book bans by state lawmakers. Gee, that's higher than the 67% of Americans who opposed cash reparations not so long ago. So banning books is far more unpopular than cash reparations. So how can cash reparations be uniquely unpopular when there's other issues that poll far worse? Because this isn't about facts at all for the Aryan propagandist. It's about pushing an anti-Black narrative. This is the AP putting this out there, by the way. This ain't Fox News. This isn't Breitbart. This isn't any other of the typical white right-wing sewers. This is supposed to be your wire services. And that's important because as the wire service, AP is picked up and reprinted by everyone. And I mean everyone. Everybody from the big agenda-setting media like ABC and such in the New York Times, all the way down to your local newspaper. They all get their news feeds from the AP. So when AP puts something out there, they all see it. And it's far easier for them to just pay the AP a licensing fee and just reprint what the AP puts out there as opposed to do their own original writing. That's why whenever you pick up the newspaper, whenever you're sitting here looking at these websites, you see an AP byline on there. Now, as you would expect, when it comes to trying to attack Black people, the white media feels their attacks would go a lot better if it came from someone who looks like us. And this case is no different. The AP Cal Matters hit piece has some quotes from a guy called Tatish Nteta. He's a professor of political science at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. And this Nteta person, he does exactly what the white media wants him to do. He attacks the idea of cash reparations viciously. Look at the language that this guy uses. Uniquely unpopular, a holistically unpopular policy. Now, I've already debunked that lie, but this guy is going out of his way to attack cash reparations. I mean, he got triggered by it. You can tell. He's triggered by the idea of cash reparations. To him, fighting cash reparations is personal. I mean, when you hear the kind of venom and vitriol that this guy has, simply at the idea that Black people are going to get what we're owed, this kind of viciousness normally only comes from these little white supremacists who work for these white right-wing think tanks, people like Douglas Murray and others. You say cash reparations and they lose their minds. And when you look up who this Tatish Nteta guy is, you personal for him. As the name would imply, he's an immigrant. His parents are from South Africa. Of course, he's been following what's been happening in California. He knows full well that those Black Assembly members who stonewalled the bill, they had wanted to include all people to be identified as Black, so that reparations would have included everyone, especially immigrants like himself who only came to the U.S. a few years ago. And he also...
That's exactly why we're delineating Black family. For that exact reason right there that the professor just said.
And then what you got right here too, Brother Che, is of some significance.
So knows that the reparations...
Okay, what you got here, Brother Che, in 1965, hold it. 1965 is a significant year, okay, because that was the Watts ride. And then just like that sister had told that dude over there and in Nigeria, had they would have brought their Black asses over there into the South, is that their asses would have been able to sit at that damn lunch counter either. If they was out there protesting, them damn fire hoses would have went on them as well too. And then not to mention that the nightstick would glide gracefully upside their heads, to quote the last poet. So these damn tethers have to be re-educated. Now, what had happened? And my theory, Brother Che, when we had the Pan-African movement, right? Okay, so the generations had died off, so their kids was going to school in England, going to school in France, You see what I'm saying? So then they became the neo-colonialists. So then they said, hey, well, we want all that gold. We want all them diamonds. And this is why I appreciate Robert Mugabe when he was the president of Zimbabwe. Get your book fair out of here. And you're not having gay rights here, not in Zimbabwe, because here in African cultures, we place great emphasis on the procreation of life and family units that there only happens with a union between man and woman. Now, these individuals, man, with their perverse attitudes or whatever, you got your human rights, you got your civil rights, but you do not have the right to come to me with the crack of your nasty, stinking, funky ass telling me it's a woman's womb. I will put my foot in your ass. And then this is an insult to the sanctity of womanhood. I've had women members of my family tell me, no, we don't dig this. It's because this dude ain't no woman. He's confused. He might have been violated, just like with the buck breaking on the plantation system. Okay, if anything, he has my sympathy, but you do not have the right to come up to me with the crack of your nasty, stinking, funky ass telling me it is a woman's womb. Understand?
That's what the Democrats want us to believe, though.
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you on that there, Brother Che. You are absolutely correct. And then them damn tethers, if they would have brought their asses over there, man, to Wilmington, North Carolina in 1963, they wouldn't be sitting at that lunch counter. Now, ask yourself this here, black family. You sitting at a lunch counter begging for a cup of coffee, to quote Minister Malcolm, right? Now, why would you go to your enemy, sit there, have food, shit, mop water thrown on you, and you're going to trust this son of a bitch, man, to serve you a decent meal? How do you know they didn't piss in it? How do you know they didn't shit in it? How do you know, man, they didn't do all other kind of stuff in there, put bleach in it or any other type of caustic substance in it? But
they
you
were
want
just
to sit
happy.
up there, we shall overcome.
Racism wasn't
and then when a gentleman who was born exactly 17 days, exactly 30 days after the former heavyweight champion Muhammad Ali in 1942, when he says that we want decent housing, we want decent nutrition for our kids. He says that we want to control our own businesses, our own infrastructure, controlling our own agriculture. You see what I mean? And then you're going to come up there and say you want to go up here and integrate with your enemy who is dedicated to your destruction. Now you got Gruesome Newsom in California. Okay, that got up.
Finish the video. Like I just paused it. I wanted to make a point about the delineation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Advocates who are raising all this hell about the bill, he knows that they fought to make sure that didn't happen. So he knows that since we specified who reparations applies to, it wouldn't apply to him. And now he's a cheerleader against it. So no wonder he's so eager to call cash reparations uniquely unpopular, a holistically unpopular policy. He means that it's uniquely unpopular with him. So the white media got some tether who a white university gave some paper-thin credentials to, and then they used this hand-picked tool as their shield to hide behind so he can attack reparations on their behalf, not with facts, but with lies and invective. This Nteta individual is not some detached academic, some cool-eyed objective person giving their 2 cents. This is a mad-as-hell tether who's butthurt about the fact that the free ride that he's been getting is coming to an end. He's looking at this as the beginning of the end of the handouts the white power was giving to certain hand-picked individuals. He's looking at this and thinking, man, I sure don't want this to become habit-forming because this would be bad for me personally. On the University of Massachusetts Amherst website, Nteta is quoted as having said, "There is a lack of understanding of our history regarding race and politics. Well, I think we can all agree that this guy is a huge part of the lack of understanding of history of race and politics, and that this guy contributes to it. He contributes to all of this willful ignorance that's going on. He knows exactly what the history of race and politics is in the United States, but he also knows that the paycheck that he gets depends on him pretending not to understand it and lending his credentials, such as they are, to trying to confuse anyone else about the subject as well. This guy is completely and thoroughly deranged. He's angry about these developments. But as I've always told you, whenever you see somebody who's showing you a manifestation of anger, you need to ask, what is this person scared of? Because most of the time, anger is usually a mask for fear. And what this guy is scared of is that the hand-picked, cherry-picked special place the white supremacy gave to certain individuals who come from abroad, well, he's scared that that's going to be coming to an end. He's been trying to hide himself amongst the angels, and the angels are kicking him out. That's what he's scared of. And notice the slant the white media puts on this. They don't talk to anyone who's for reparations. They don't talk to people who are going to explain why cash reparations are necessary and why what these guys are doing is wrong. They don't put that slant on it. If you were talking about transgender bathrooms or more money for Israel, then that's what they would be doing. They'd be having everybody on saying, well, here's the reason why transgender bathrooms are a good thing, and this bill failed, and it's a setback for civil rights and all the rest of it. They'd be bringing in Martin Luther King's name, misapplying his name to this. That's what they'd be doing across the board. That is, if they were in favor of it, but they're not. They're against it. They make absolutely no bones about where they stand. And they also make no bones about the fact that they want the reader to be against it too. Not because there's a basis for it, but simply because they don't want it to happen. This Nateta clown would certainly be splaining why cash reparations for illegal immigrants is a good thing. This is how they put a slant on their news coverage, or rather news cover-up. Everything about this hit piece is meant to reinforce their narrative that cash reparations shouldn't happen at all. It's a bad thing. And even if it's not a bad thing, well, it's unpopular, so it shouldn't happen. It makes sense for black politicians to lie to their constituencies because, as this Nateta person put it, the movement can't agree on what reparations should look like. Now, he knows that's a lie. We've been saying from day one exactly what it should look like. A check that is deposited into the bank accounts of everyone who can show from the census that their ancestors were in this country as of 1870. And that's what the entire reparations department would have been. Its job would have been, once these people are identified, here's your check. So we've already worked out exactly what cash reparations should look like. What he doesn't like is that it wouldn't apply to him. This is part of the propaganda. Lie, lie, lie. You got white supremacists who spent years telling the lie. Well, dude, how are we supposed to know who reparations even applies to, dude? You people can't even tell us who it applies to. How are we supposed to figure that out, dude? They did that for years. They tried that for years. And then when the California Reparations Task Force was forced to have to do their jobs and came to their determination, notice how we haven't been hearing that anymore. Oh yeah, the lie died. And now that that lie's been killed, that talking point is in its grave. Now we got this tether who's lying and saying that the movement can't agree on what reparations should look like, even though the entire reason that this firestorm is happening is because it has been determined exactly what it should look like. But you have these bought and paid for bootlicks, these recalcitrant backstabbers who are sitting here slapping their own constituents in the face and waging war on their own voters. That's what's actually happening here. This is not a matter of people can't figure out what cash reparations should look like. It's a matter of it's already been determined what it should look like, and they don't want it to happen. And the AP also quotes this guy as saying that reparations supports increases when cash is taken off the table. That's the white media editorializing. That's what they're doing. Well, reparations would be better if there was no money involved. Okay, what should be involved? Well, anything but money. Okay, how about land? No land. Nothing that actually can be redeemed for money. It should be gestures and such. See, this is why Jonathan putting on his cape heart was so damnable with that crap about black people don't want reparations. What they want is an apology. See, that's what happens when you got some black person who does not identify primarily as black. Somebody who identifies by their sexual lifestyle, or somebody who identifies as an immigrant, and then the white media gives these people a platform and says, go ahead and talk about this issue affecting black people. And what a surprise. They all say, we don't like it, we don't need it, nobody needs it. Unless I'm getting something out of it, then it's okay. Do you think Jonathan Capehart would ever say that the quote-unquote LGBT reparations for stuff like the Stonewall riots, you think he'd ever say that the LGBT community shouldn't get anything at all? You think he'd ever say that? Of course not. But he comes to black people and says, well, there shouldn't be anything for black people. That lets you know who he identifies with. Perhaps his white husband is who he identifies with. See, this is just this clown Nettettle talking. He wants cash taken off the table because he knows he won't get a dime of it. This is them not even being subtle about what they want. You niggers need to stop pushing for cash. Stop threatening us. Take cash off the table, and maybe you can get something then if you take cash off the table. Well, if it's not cash, then it is nothing. The first problem with what they say is that they're trying to redefine reparations. That's what this is about. They failed to redefine it before. Now they're trying to take a second bite at the apple. Let me tell you something. The only thing that qualifies as reparations is cash. Full stop. That's it. If you're not talking about cash, you ain't talking about nothing.
Right.
When you take cash off the table is empty.
Exactly.
It's not reparations anymore because it doesn't repair anything. But that's what this is all about. Redefining reparations. They're taking a second swing at it. They failed the first time. Now they're trying to take a second pass at redefining it. That's what this is all geared toward. They want to be able to go back to the drawing board and then come back next year and present us with a do-nothing burger. And then they'll falsely claim, see, we passed reparations just like you wanted us to. You said reparations, here it is. We done passed a reparation bill exactly like you said you wanted. That's what they'll say. They'll claim that they did exactly what we wanted them to. And the white media will echo that. The same Associated Press that's sitting here talking about how reparations advocates suffered a bitter defeat. They'll be saying, see, they did exactly what they wanted. Now reparations is a dead issue. We ain't got to hear about it anymore. And what's the reparations? Well, it's going to be a couple of housing vouchers to give you about 5% off your down payment, which will go to a white bank or a white mortgage company. And there might be a little bit of money for an HBCU so that Roly-Poly Martin has a chance of getting a job. And then we'll go ahead and make sure that there's going to be a couple of flight vouchers so you can get on United Airlines and take some trip to Africa, which is going to be conducted by a white tour group, a white-owned hotel on a white airline. That's what they're actually going to try to do. In fact, they actually gave some pathetic examples of what non-cash reparations would be. And it's every bit as insulting and stupid as you would think. A state apology for California's role in perpetuating harm against Black Californians. And another one aimed at eliminating hair discrimination in competitive sports. That's supposed to be what qualifies as reparations. Gee, is that what they told Jews? Did they tell Jews that, well, Germany's not going to pay you guys anything, but they'll go ahead and give an apology for those concentration camps? Oh, and how they were shaving all of those Jewish women's heads before throwing them into the gas chambers. Well, they'll go ahead and we're going to go ahead and give you an apology for that. We won't be doing that anymore. But money, nah, you don't need that. Yeah, reparations for the Holocaust sounds a lot better when it's not cash. They would never do that with any other group. Apology indeed. As Brother Khalid Muhammad said, everybody else gets reparations. They come to us with a damn apology. To hell with your apology.
Exactly. Slavery and the subsequent anti-Black racism we've endured ever since wasn't about making Black people apologize. It was about money. Our money stolen from us. So that's what reparations must be about. Money. The money that was stolen from us given back to us with applicable interest. Slavery wasn't about hair discrimination in competitive sports. It was about money. We're not sitting here sweating any bullets about hair discrimination. Besides, you can have that addressed without quote unquote reparations. This is how the white media reported on this. Lies, lies, and more lies. And think about that, how insulting that is. To come up to you and tell you that the greatest crime in human history can be atoned for if they just don't sit here doing hair discrimination. Who the hell is that supposed to appeal to? It's supposed to appeal to the shea butter crowd, the clowns who get in front of the cameras, and they're sitting here with their yaki weave, and they obsess about that. The low information trolls, cretins, and shills that you see infesting comment sections. That's who that's supposed to appeal to. And this is what the Aryan propagandists are pushing to you and me as being a substitute for cash reparations. Nothing at all. You want to know why South Africa is still in the same sorry shape that it was before the end of apartheid? Look at who's coming over here from that place. These are the people who refused to fight white power in Africa, and now they're over here in the U.S. fighting against us.
But even after having the nerve to spout that gibberish, this individual who the AP/Cal Matters was quoting was forced to admit the support for cash reparations is growing. But they do it as a throwaway line at the end of the sentence after they've pushed their misrepresented stats at you. That's a CYA maneuver for them, by the way. This was supposed to be counting as intellectual honesty on the part of the white media. This is an IQ test that they're instituting, and a lot of black folks will fail it. But we see the caucus stonewalling this. Obviously, they're meat puppets for white power, but they should still be held accountable for the part that they're playing in all this. And this should tell you everything you need to know about the black misleadership class. Now, if you had some clown in the political arena who you liked, this should disabuse you of that particular illusion.
Right.
They never band together to stop legislation for anybody else. They certainly never band together to stop legislation that harms black people. They certainly never band together to push for legislation that benefits us. But when it comes to towing the line for white power, they form together like Voltron. That's the entire point of having a legislative caucus. Strength in numbers. So that in the legislature, you can band together as a group, vote as a block, so that you are able to slow down or even eliminate legislation that you don't approve of, and that you can come together as a block so that you can forward and ramrod legislation through that you do approve of. That's the entire point of having a legislative caucus. Strength in numbers, so you can get what you need done. You at least know you got a certain number of votes for a particular piece of legislation no matter what, because you're all voting together and standing together for each other's interests. But the only thing that California's Black Assembly Caucus is able to come together for is to fight us. That tells you who they see as being their real political enemy, now doesn't it? The black media has been saying it for the longest time. The Democrats, and that includes these bootlicks that they put in front of the cameras, to them, their real enemy is not and has never been the Republicans. Their real enemy has been black people. That's what it's been all along. As far as they're concerned, the Republicans are an essential part of their own political machine, because the Republicans are how they scare black people into voting for these guys and not opposing them on anything. Don't put their feet to the fire. Don't force them to put through these sort of changes. All this reparations thing. Y'all shouldn't be fighting for these kind of policies now. We got to be worried about these Republicans. That's the purpose of the Republicans serve, to try to scare you and me into sitting on our hands while we get ourselves eliminated, and to tell us to vote for these clowns while they do nothing for us. Because if not, well, these Republicans, they'd be even worse. Well, please tell me, what could the Republicans do that's worse than what this California Black Assembly Caucus has done? I'm not saying the Republicans aren't bad, they are, but tell me how it's any different. How is it any worse? So you had the San Francisco NAACP, which no doubt speaks for the national NAACP leadership. They publicly denounced the idea of cash reparations. And they put out a press release. They wanted the whole world to see, Weeze is against cash reparations. Notice that through line, everybody uses that same phrase, no cash reparations. And when you see all these different people from all these disparate groups using the exact same language on the exact same issue, that's how you know the memo got sent out. That's how you know there's a program at work here. And now you got California's state Black Assembly Caucus, who have officially put aside any pretense that they were ever for reparations. Your civil rights retreads and these old fossils, these old sellout legislators, they're showing you where they've always stood. This is why I love reparations as a political issue, because it is so dangerous to white power and everybody who benefits from it, including these bootlicks, that they have no choice but to fight against it. They have to, because we have presented the bastards with an existential crisis. Reparations, cash reparations, threatens the system in its entirety. It forces everybody to have to show where they stand. It is so explosive. It is so reactionary. It is so beneficial. It is so just that all of the corrupt and crumbling misleaders and the sock puppet white masters who got their hands up their behinds, they have to stand against it. They can't sit on the sidelines. They have to fight it. And in the aggregate, that's damn good, because black people have made it a habit to live in denial. We've made it a habit to put our heads in the sand and to ignore the fact that the Reggie Sawyers and the rest of these sellouts have been fighting against us. We make excuses for them 24/7. We've been doing it for generations. My Black Assembly representative, he ain't no sellout. He been representing us for 30 years. He done did lots for us. We've had an enemy within festering for decades now. And when you ignore the enemy within, that's suicidal. And when I say that, it doesn't mean that you're going to cut your own throat, but it does mean that you'll hand the knife over to these bootlicks so that they can slit your throat. This is what Dr. Claude Anderson's been talking about for over 40 years. Black politicians chosen, funded, and fielded by white power, and who, as soon as they're in office, all they do is to attack us. By the way, where are the Democrat shills at times like this? I'd sure love to see them stick up for the Democrats now. And where are the N-Cobras at? Where's Big Bird at? You have the most populous state in the country talking about reparations, and the self-proclaimed oldest reparations group in America, they're not there pushing for it. They're not there calling out the state assembly caucus. See, now that true reparations are being made an actual political issue, and it's actually coming to the floor, it's getting closer and closer to fruition, these old other so-called reparations advocates are nowhere to be seen. And it ain't because they don't know about it. It's because their job is to be controlled opposition. And what happened is the black grassroots pushed the bastards out of the room. As far as they're concerned, since they don't want to damage themselves anymore in the eyes of white power, it's a matter of you can't stand out there being irrelevant. They know if they try to get out there with a megaphone, if Big Bird put on his mama's tablecloth again and stood out in front of the cameras, everybody would either laugh at him, they would ignore him, or they would hound him from the room. So they can't allow white power to see them being completely and thoroughly irrelevant and ignored or even attacked by the black masses. That would be the end of even the crumbs of the butter biscuits that they've been counting on. So instead, they just hide in the shadows. So we've already driven these scumbags from the political arena. But now it's time for these corrupt and crumbling chumps in these political offices. It's time for them to go next. These same black assembly caucus members, they were tripping over their own shoelaces to give hundreds of millions of dollars to illegal aliens. And to give LGBT causes and everybody else money, they weren't about to block any of that legislation. But when it comes to black people, they have no shame in showing us who and what they've always been. This is the final verdict on just how deep the rot runs in the black political circle. They're putting everything on the line to fight against black voters. Why is it that they never show up whenever you summon them? Why is it that they know about us and the black grassroots? They know about the black media. They send their shills and suck-ups to attack us, but they never, ever, ever engage with us directly. Why is it that they never stick up for our interest? Because they are and have always been against us. This is what the black media has been talking about for over a decade and a half now. It's why we have never been gung-ho about backing these local or state candidates any more than we've been all enthused about backing candidates at the federal level, because the rot runs up and down the political ladder. And for the people who keep arguing with us, who keep being contrary for contrariness' sake, you need to stand up and stick up for your people, because these bootlicking black caucus members, these are the enemy. As the black media, we've told you about them individually. I made an entire video calling out the entire immigrant black caucus in DC. I went after name after name after name, telling you who they were, where their families came from, what foreign countries their families came from, when they got here. We don't have the luxury of doing that for every single one of these corrupt and crumbling black politicians out there. We don't have the luxury of going over each one of them, giving you a scorecard, and here it is. That's part of the reason why we do what we do, so that whenever you see these fools fighting against our interests, you already know exactly why that probably is. And even if these people don't have an immigrant background, the problem is we got more than enough homegrown bootlicks, but we need to be looking out for them too. All these crooked state legislators, all of them want to make it to DC, because that's where the big bribes and the big corporate payoffs are at. As the black media, we have to make sure that when people make it a point that they're going to interfere with, stymie, or even try to stonewall our interests, their road to higher office ends. As the black media, that's part of our job. You have never seen them reach out to us. So whenever we call ourselves reaching out to them, they ignore us. And by reaching out to them, I mean we're calling them out. Whenever we try to contact them directly, they know exactly who the hell they are. Or like this Reggie Sawyer creep did, they mock us. They know exactly who we are. They know exactly why we're there. A lot of folks ask why it is that I'm not constantly banging the drum about voting locally. This is a good example. There's nothing wrong with voting locally. You can certainly have more impact at the local level than you can on the federal offices. But the question is, who the hell is on the ballots? That's the problem. It's the exact same problem we face with the federal elections. White power made it a point that they were going to have their shills, bootlicks, and sellouts at the local level too. So at least locally, you can talk to your neighbors and get them on code about things. But understand something. It's going to be an uphill fight in the near term. Just like getting reparations brought before the California Assembly was an uphill fight in the near term. But just like with that issue, the key is persistence. Now understand something. We have a lot of nameless, faceless sock puppet shill accounts who whine at us and say, you needs to vote locally. All right, black people did vote locally. And look what happened here. Your state representatives sided with white supremacy against black people, their own constituents. Yeah. Now, what kind of politician deliberately commits political suicide like that? One who thinks that their lifeline isn't the black voter. A black politician who's standing in front of black constituents who put them in office, they would only sit there and commit political suicide if they're thinking, well, these black voters, they're not the ones who are putting me in office, and they're not the ones I need to stay there either. Voting local is important. We can certainly have more of an impact with local elections than federal ones, but even local elections means nothing when white power pulls the same con game with your city councilmen and state representatives as they do with presidential candidates. And when the bastards feel so emboldened that they can openly mock you on issues that they know are crucial and critical to your survival, on the single most important issue facing black people, that's how you know that we have never had any actual representation. As we continue to put pressure on white power, their black bootlicks are being forced to defend the system and to openly oppose us because they were always on the side of white supremacy to begin with. And I would beg everybody's pardon for this next part because I know that it's somewhat out of character for me. But when talking about garbage like the California Black Assembly Caucus, well, they definitely got the right name because they certainly do put the ass in assembly. Speaking of which, that also tells black voters where they should put their foot too.
Right.
Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Eric Bailey, B1 Incorporated, Latoya Holloway, Sabrina, and Chevalier Foster. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. Welcome back. I agree wholeheartedly with what he was saying.
Yeah, pretty much. With that, once again, the professor speaking undisputed truth, but living in California, for quite a few years, I'm not surprised what those legislatures is doing is because those California legislatures, for all practical purposes, are nothing more than Hollywood actors. Now, let's look at some history of California. You had a governor there who wound up becoming your 40th president. What did he do for a living?
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan, right? All right, now, you got a current governor there who's Nancy Pelosi's nephew, Gruesome Newsom, who had went out there and had an affair with his best friend's wife, who was running for mayor of San Francisco, and Gavin Newsom was the campaign manager, right? Okay. Also, too, when Newsom put California on lockdown and with the, the virus, okay, I'm not going to say its name, what was Gruesome Newsom doing? He was sitting up there in Napa Valley getting drunk, you know what I'm saying, with his wife's family, and nobody was wearing a mask. So Gavin Newsom is a hypocrite, okay? And then that no good so-and-so is talking about that he's going to run for president in 2028. Now, what should immediately happen, black family? You want to hurt California? Boycott the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. Now, for the next few years, I'm going to be saying that all the way up until the opening ceremonies at the LA Coliseum again, okay? Because it brought great revenue to the state of California in 1984. Also, too, is that you're going to have more of that alphabetized agenda crap, okay? Which started in San Francisco. And I refuse to call a grown-ass man with a 5 o'clock shadow a woman. That's why you will hear me say, and I will continue to say, okay, fool, if you such a woman, when was your last menstrual cycle? And that there will tell everything. Then when he gets offended, which he will, he might get violent with you, okay? And if you beat his ass, be prepared to do about 10 years in the California State Penitentiary for a hate crime. I say it again. Be prepared to do about 10 years, okay, in the California State Penitentiary system for a hate crime. Even if you are defending yourself against one of these dudes, okay? Now, where's Kamala at on that one? Okay. Also, too, they don't want black men running their own households, is because what will happen is black men will teach their sons to come up as men, just like brother was saying earlier before we went on with Fences, that James Earl Jones had played on the stage, and I believe Denzel had did the movie version of it, Brother Che, if I'm right.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, what we have to do is build our own economical basis, build up our own banks, and later for California, we need to put pressure on these federal representatives for the reparations. Congressman John Conyers had introduced reparations way back in 1980. That there is 44 years ago. They still drag their feet on it. But yet, though, these other groups...
No, it's actually 37 years ago.
37
Conyers
years.
introduced it in 87.
I thought he introduced it in 1980.
No, 87, Shabaka. The bill is dated for 87. I know because I've done the research. But yeah, it's 87.
Okay. And you saw what they did with John Conyers. They ran him out the U.S. Congress. Okay? Yeah. That's who Rashida Tlaib is, where she's has taken over his seat. Also, too, look at what they try to do to Ilhan Omar. You see what I mean?
Well, Ilhan Omar is another reason why we're delineating. She literally says that she came over here to do for Somalis first. But if we say the same thing for foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're considered xenophobic and anti-immigrant.
But you got to understand something, Brother Jay. We didn't come over here as immigrants. We came over here on slave ships.
Ding, ding, ding to the front of the class, Shabaka. That's why we're delineating for that exact reason that you just named.
Now, I will debate with any chicken pecking Uncle Tom ass scratcher. Okay, the number to call in Tuesday night, 516-418-5996. And I will tell him the reason why we are owed the reparations, not so much in California, but throughout the whole damn United States, is because when they got that free labor out of us for over 200 years, right?
241 years.
Exactly.
We worked for free. 241 years for free.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the correction, sir. Yes, sir. I stand corrected. Now, we also, too, brother.
No problem.
Have to look at the revenue that was generated off of our free labor. Because if you understand anything about the concept of microeconomics, which is the economics of a firm or business or of a government, you will make revenue, then you will reinvest that revenue, so therefore your capital is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But however, it would not exist had it not been for that initial investment when they bought us as slaves and what have you right there, and start working that cotton and that sugar cane. Okay? Now, look at all the money that I.W. Harper makes, old granddad, Beefeater, Jack Daniels, you know what I'm saying? Johnny Walker. You know what I mean? It's been parlaying revenue over and over and over and over again. Then look at the revenue that we provided to the what do you call it? What's that there? The U.S. Department of Commerce, Brother Che, or is that the Internal Revenue Service? Okay, that contributed.
Internal Revenue Services, not a government entity. It's a non-governmental entity.
No, well, Brother Che, you're right. It's a private corporation. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, so therefore, so then they ought to be breaking us off too. And I'm not talking about tax credits. I'm not talking about discount mortgages. I'm talking about what they need to be doing is stamping out a check to every person who is a descendant of slaves here in the United States from Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, North and South Carolina, and Maryland. Because ain't that there where Freddie D escaped slavery from Maryland when a white raping slave trading pedophile that came out there and hit Freddie D with a whip, and Freddie D went up there and put together some left hook combinations followed by the right hand uppercut, overhand right, and he left him a mess, and rightfully so. And so then old Freddie D said, well, let me go up here, stow away on the ship, which he did. And where did Freddie D wind up at? San Francisco. California. And then what had happened? The slave traders who were owning slaves in 1849, 1848, when gold was discovered, well, hell, I'm going to California. Hey, let's walk the niggas there too. Slave master riding a buggy. Slave got to walk on a chain. Same thing when they had started up building a railroad. Okay. And I'm not talking about the Union Pacific Railroad with the Chinese from San Fran to New York. I'm talking about that Southern Pacific Railroad from Atlanta to Los Angeles.
You talking about John Henry, and I've been working on the railroad.
Right, John Henry. Yeah. The legend of John Henry.
Just to what I'm saying? Catch the time away. And
then what they would do, and what the brothers would do to conserve their strength, okay, or to have their strength last, they would drive the spikes with a rhythm. Okay, you would have the lead caller, usually an older brother, man, who's broke down, decrepit like Shabak is right now. And you got the younger brothers there.
They show it in the cartoons, Shabak.
Yeah,
they show it in them cartoons and stuff. You know, some of Looney Tunes and stuff. They show in the Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, all that stuff. Like,
yes, sir. And when you go to, yes, sir. And then when you get to downtown Los Angeles, although they converted them into mid-level movie studios now, you'll see those big old warehouses that says Southern Pacific right down there on the corner of 7th Street and Central Avenue. Union Station, man, is like less than a half a mile away. So that's another reason why California owes the reparations. In addition to the murdering policy enforcement agencies that they have there. Now, let me name them. The Oakland Police Department, the San Francisco Police Department, definitely the Los Angeles Police Department, San Jose Police Department, and the San Diego Police Department. They have had multiple killings of Black people who were unarmed. Okay? So the reparations in California ain't just for the slavery. It's the redlining, the discrimination, the housing discrimination, because and believe this here, people who never been to California, do you know that colored could not live in Hollywood until 1964? And then during the 1930s, like when they had the movies like with Bill Bojangles Robinson, and also too, you know, all them dancers in what they would call the race films, I believe, that Oscar Mature directed a lot of, and a lot of his talents was stolen from Hollywood too, as far as movie direction, moving figures, and what have you. You see what I mean? Then not to mention that land at Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Brentwood is on. Don't you know all that land was owned by a black woman, prior to the Hollywood industry? And Hollywood got its start in 1912. Who's your big three that started in 1912, Brother Che? You heard me say this here many a times.
I've heard you say a lot so many times.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to narrow it down.
Okay, no, I'm going to tell you. Warner Brothers, Paramount Pictures, and Universal.
Universal.
Then there was making the race films, Little Rascals with old Buckwheat and Stymie. Then, not to mention, the architect that you had from there, a USC graduate by the name of Mr. Paul Williams, okay, who designed homes for Frank Sinatra, Lucille Ball, but he didn't go into those neighborhoods to visit. He also designed the Beverly Hilton Hotel where Whitney Houston died at. He couldn't go in that hotel. You know what I'm saying? He also designed, Brother Che, you ever been through Los Angeles International Airport?
No, I haven't been to LAX yet.
Okay, Brother Shabazz, have you ever been to Los Angeles International Airport?
Not yet. I haven't even been to California.
Oh, okay. Well, brother, you ain't missing nothing out there. That's why I moved up out of it. Okay. But anyway, there's a unique structure right there, which is a restaurant up in it. And it's very distinctive for LAX. You could pull a picture up on it, and it's a restaurant. Mr. Paul Williams designed that architecture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and USC, which was built in 1888, that sits right there in the heart of South Central LA, right across the street from Exposition Park, right? Okay.
Yep.
And you couldn't live out there in them places, man, like Topanga Canyon, Benedict Canyon, what have you. Then not to mention old Charlie Manson. May he rest in peace. Okay. Tate LaBianca cases, 1969. Charles Manson and his family, who was strung out on Lucy in the Sky, diamonds, all other kind of narcotics, weed, shit like that. Commits these killings is because Manson said he had wanted to start a race war, and he had stated was that this here was to empower the black militants, but niggas were so damn stupid that they would need Charles Manson to tell them what to do. Yeah. Okay. And so then Charles Manson's reasoning was when niggers go up here and do this, they're going to need a white man to tell them what to do, meaning him, because we were too damn stupid. That shit is asinine. Yeah, that's asinine. That is very, very asinine. Okay. So then, when our man, number 32, who retired his jersey for the Los Angeles Lakers, you all know who we're talking about, the one and only Magic Johnson, who's contributed greatly, to Black Los Angeles with the Magic Theaters and then, doing building projects there after the rebellion of 1992. And in 1992, on April 29th, no justice, no peace, LA burned to the ground. It was defined as the worst riot in U.S. urban history. And then the sad part about it, the sad part about it. When the rebellion was going on, as it's commonly referred to, okay, they get Rodney King up there. Can we just all just get along? Hey, that would have been me. Who had survived that beating that man did, hit 52 times with a baton, and was tased again and again and again with electricity shooting through his body, right? If they would have approached me with that, I would have told you might as well go on and kill me because I'm not going to do it.
Right.
Okay? Because the city of Los Angeles brought that on themselves. Now, old Sarge, you know our old nemesis Sarge, right, Brother Che?
Yes, the one and only Sarge. And then
okay,
you can hear from Brother Shabazz. He's taking up a lot of the
okay, I'm just gonna say this right here about federal Senate. Okay, I only got 3 more sentences and I'm done. The way I heard it from sources out of South Central Los Angeles, Reginald Denny came through that intersection of Florence and Normandy and started saying, "Good for you niggas." So therefore, the local thugs went up there and say, "Sir, do you care to repeat that?" He repeated it himself. Then, of course, you know, pow, ping. You know what I mean? Now, that's the way I heard it. I yield.
Yes. I heard it the same. All right, Brother Shabazz, what's your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, it's about the black politicians say we shouldn't get reparation or can't get no cash. And they just shuffling and scratching. I'm like, what is that? 11 colors or something? We deserve the reparation. And they don't want to speak on that.
Well, they want it to be raccoons and sellouts and turncoats and traitors to their race.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brother Che.
I mean, it's just, we built this country. And they don't want, and not just after we built this country, they terrorized us, and they don't want to they don't want to cut the check.
They still terrorizing us, and they still don't want us to cut the check.
To this day.
That's right, and it's
suffer peacefully.
Yeah,
they shove
exactly.
The knife in 9 inches, and they pull it out a few inches, and they tell you that's progress. That's what we live in. Shout out to Malcolm X for that.
Yeah, and then as the nightstick, yes, sir, and then, yes, sir, and the nightstick glides gracefully upside your head as you are sitting back, simping on a menthol cigarette. To quote the last poem,
prisoner of war in the
exactly
country that your ancestors built.
Exactly. Yes, sir. We are definitely prisoners of war, is what it is. They violate our women. They turning our women through Hollywood, normalizing bed wenching. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then all the hate mail that I got behind that and all that. Well, we're all the same.
Yeah,
no.
can we all just get? Oh no, we can't, and we're not all the same. Shout out to Dr. Lil Africa. We are definitely different.
Yeah, without a doubt. You see, and then the cold part about it is like James Brown from Augusta, Georgia, and I visited Mr. Brown's birthplace of Augusta, GA.
Yeah.
And when he made the song in 1968, at the height of the Black empowerment era, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud.
Black and I'm proud.
That's right.
And definitely a shout out to Dr. John Carlos from San Jose State University.
Yeah.
That when they played that national anthem, he had lifted up the Black Power salute before he had left that stage. And then before he had left that stage, they relieved him and Tommy Smith of their medals. Dr. John, and Dr. John Carlos stated many years later up at San Jose State University is that he said that he would do the same thing all over again.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you talk about the Olympics. The two black men put a fist up at
Yes, sir.
the.
In Mexico City. Yes, sir. That was in the year 1968. I was 9 years old. I remember that. And then keep in mind, when all this stuff is going on, man, and you 9 years old, and then they had the big hit by the Temptations, a ball of confusion. People moving out, people moving in. Why? Because of the color of the skin. Run, 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 but you sure can't hide. Do-do-do, boom, boom, boom. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Vote for me and I'll set you free. Rap on, brother. Rap on.
Yeah. You hear that talent, y'all? That's talent right there. Shabaka could have went that way, but he said, "The hell with that." He learned the game at a very young age and learned that it was for him.
Yeah, and then of course the song by James Brown, 1968, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud." Okay, then another song that spoke for the same generation was the one and only, the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin. Respect.
Yep.
RESPECT.
Find out what it means to me.
Yes, sir. And you have to understand, Black family, at the time, in that history, a lot of these songs were cold. Here's another one for you, 1964. Call around across the world. Are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street. They doing it in Chicago, Baltimore, and DC now. Don't forget the Motor City. All we need is music, pretty music. And I forgot the lyrics and what have you. But a lot of the music at that time was cold for the movement. Now, another one, man, that's classic, that is a classic by the one and only Mr. Curtis Mayfield, who too was out of Chicago. Keep on pushing, boom, 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 with a little bit of soul. And then, of course, that one there, we're moving on up.
Yep.
You see?
To a deluxe apartment in the sky high.
Yeah, exactly. You see? And then the Beatles, when they came to America in 1964, and they made that record, what was it? Okay, you might have to ask General Sekou on this one here, Brother Chair. I may be wrong. Okay, they made a song called I Want to Hold Your Hand. So the Beatles come to America in 1964. And then there was a young dude, man, about 22 years old out of Louisville, Kentucky. Man, I think he just became the heavyweight champ at that time. I forgot his name. Who?
Muhammad Ali never cashed his
Kumaye. Ali Kumaye. Yes, sir. Okay. So the Beatles, they says, well, we don't want to go see Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons. We don't want to go see these white groups. We want to go to the music of Black America. We want to go to Motown. So they did, okay? Now, a year later, the vice president of Motown Records, who wrote numerous hits for them, he was also a lead singer, too, for one of their groups. And I think this brother just turned 83. Wait a minute. I think he just turned 84 years old.
Talking about the one and only Berry Gordy.
No, sir. The one and only Mr. William H. Robinson Jr., commonly referred to as Smokey Robinson.
Oh, Smokey Robinson.
Oh, wow.
Yes. He wrote a whole
you
lot
talking
of
about
records.
the Photos? Are you
the what?
What group were you talking about? The Impressionists or the Photos?
Okay, no, the Impressions.
Impressionists.
Okay, the Impressions, that's Curtis Mayfield and the Impressions. Okay, the Four Tops came out with a record in 1964, their first record called "Baby, I Need Your Lovin'." The Temptations came out with their very first record early 1962. I want a love I could feel. Well, Paul was singing the lead, but they big hit for them. Yeah, that was 1962. So then in 1964, William H. Robinson Jr., commonly referred to as Smokey Robinson, wrote the song that made him an international success. When it's cold outside, I got the month of May.
Oh.
Well, I guess you say what can make me feel this way, my girl. You see what I'm saying? You see, so therefore, with us being a spiritual people by nature, what is our main contribution to the world besides the sciences? The sciences is good music. Music is an expression of the soul. You see, we are we are a spiritual people by nature, Black family. You see what I'm saying? Why are we still so hated here in 2024? They hate us because they cannot be us.
Right.
Okay. Once again, okay. Minister Farrakhan spoke about this. They hate us because they cannot be us. That's why they want to kill us through clandestine means such as alcohol, dope, gang violence, ratchetness in the movie industry. They want to kill the image of the strong Black man. They want him feminized. They want the Black woman emasculated. Oh, I don't need no man. And what's the common thing the Black woman? Not saying all of them now, but what's the common thing the Black women are doing, particularly out here in Las Vegas, particularly in Hollywood? No, they bed wenching.
That's what I'm talking about. Swirling.
Yeah. Bed wenching.
That's what I meant to say.
Yes, sir. Now, in the great state of California, okay, if you a Black person, right, defend yourself against white folk or any other group other than Black, guess what they're gonna hit you with, sir?
A hate crime.
Hate crime. And guess how much time you're gonna do in California's penitentiaries? 20 years.
Oh my
God. You're gonna be in there, man, for at least 7 years, if you get paroled out. And guess who's the one that put the rubber stamp on it when she was the Attorney General of the great state of California?
Oh, our current VP.
Yeah, your current Vice President, Kamala Harris. I'm not gonna do anything just for Black people. No.
Oh.
And she damn sure.
I think Kamala Harris needs to find herself another job if that's the case.
Oh,
the job is not for,
we need to fire her
Black
ass.
people anyway.
50 days. 50 days to fire her ass.
If they have to dance like a monkey for white people just to keep a job, they don't need that job.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, she's got quite a tainted history, brother. She really do. She's
not Black. They keep trying to present her as Black. She's not Black. She's
Brahmin Indian. Brahmin. Yeah, and ain't she at the top of that caste system that they got there, Brother Che?
Yeah, that's the Brahmin.
Brahmins, yeah, because they got a very, very strict caste system over there. Now, I would debate with anybody on Tuesday. The number to call in, 6 p.m. Tuesday, 516-418-5996. Press 1, and you can speak live on the air. Okay? Now, as they say, Timmy, well, Shabaka, when are you going to get over it? You know, you people just need to get over it. No. We don't. Because you see, if we just say the hell with it, guess what's going to happen, people? They're going to come back and do it again. Except this time it's going to be more severe. It's going to be more brutal. They're going to march our asses right out of here, Brother Che, into that desert of San Bernardino County, California, man, and turn the damn water off.
Yep.
And got us behind barbed wire and all of that. Got us all strung out, drunk, and all this old kind of stuff. Hey, man, can you give me a little bit of cash, bro? I'm trying to get shorty out of jail. But as soon as you say, well, hey, let's do something here for the black community. Let's build ourselves up. You see what I'm saying? Let's recycle our dollars. Because in every other community, when dollars goes off into those every other communities, man, regardless of what that community accept us, it circulates 5, 10, 20, 12 times. Might not even leave that community before at least 10 to 15 years. But as soon as we get somebody in the black community, oh man, gee, I gotta go get me some Jordans, man. I gotta go get me DVD, man. And I gotta go get these suits and get this bling bling and all that bullshit. Okay, it ain't benefiting.
You remember that special they did back in the 50s called "How to Sell to the Negro"?
You know what? I heard of something like that. Yeah.
Maybe it's on YouTube. We might watch it. We might take a look at it if we get a chance to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We've been on this topic super long though, so Shabaka, have you said your final thoughts on California's black legislatures, black reparations
yes, sir.
bill?
Yeah, recall all of them, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They ain't shit. That's my final thoughts on it. None of them.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Me as a black American, I still remember what the slave master did to us. We didn't just wake up in the morning and forget all about it.
Oh, no.
I know I'm one of them. I still remember. I still remember.
Yeah, that's in our collective memory. That's in our collective memory.
It's been passed on for generations. It's in our epigenetics. That's why we are different. Like, literally, we are different. Like, foundational black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen. We had an ethnogenesis in this country. So we're more American than the so-called Native Americans because we are the only reason why this country even exists. It was just
off of our free labor, Brother Che, but I'm still a diasporic African.
You can think that all you want, but you don't have dual citizenship in any of the 55 African nations.
Okay, but that is due to them tethers and neo-colonialists over there with that crap. They're on puppet strings too. And you know, you and I have had this debated with about before.
They put all the focus on Africa, so you can forget that you have ownership here.
Well, they owe the reparations, and then too, instead of cash payments, I'll take some of the land because you right on that part is that our blood has shedded on this land. Like when you look at the RBG flag, you know
you're gonna need money though at the end of the day to till.
Yeah. Most definitely, you're gonna have to have some. Yes, sir. Most definitely, you're gonna need some type of capital on that there, Brother Che. Yeah, you're right, and that's what Dr. DeGruy is supposed to have been working on, you know, and we are reaching out to Dr. DeGruy to come on our platform so she could specify that there too. We are reaching out to Dr. Christina Parks, you know, to give us insight, you know, on what they're doing with this medical apartheid on us as well too, of how they are targeting the ovaries of the black woman, you know, committing you know, to cure cervical cancer and what have you. And I forgot the name of the sister who died, where they took her ovaries out and they kept.
That was Henrietta Lacks. She had cervical cancer.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Okay,
and then tell her family It was a biotechnical form that used her cells. They just kept multiplying her cells for stem cell research. The HeLa cells. They just kept multiplying like crips. They just kept multiplying.
Okay, and then just like the Tuskegee experiment, okay, from 1932 to 1972. Well, you know, we giving these men here, you know, this vaccine, this good medicine. They're injecting them with syphilis just to see what it do. Experimentation, weird science. Down in the great state of Alabama, old frog face, segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation tomorrow. And then in 1972, when he was running for president, somebody went up there and dumped on his ass and put him in a wheelchair. May he rest in piss.
Yeah, piss and shit like John Lewis.
Oh man, oh my God, John Lewis. Oh God, John Lewis, good trouble. Getting knocked upside the head.
Here's what sales psychologists have to say about selling to the Negro.
The secret of selling to the Negro is expressed in one word. That word is recognition. Now, there's nothing unusual about that. People want to be recognized. They need recognition. That's basic in all of us. But perhaps because he's had so little of it, the Negro needs even more. He needs to feel important and appreciated. This need is a very real and important one. It shows up even in many of the Negro's shopping habits. Anyone who sells or wants to sell to the Negro customer should know about some of these habits. 3 habits in particular play a big part in every sales transaction. To begin with, most Negroes buy by brand. They ask for products by name. They're quick to turn down off-brands. Buying by brand, that's the first important Negro buying habit. Now for the second. The Negro buys good quality merchandise. Symbols of quality and prestige are very important to the Negro customer. This woman, for example, is buying fine crystalware. But she is also buying the admiration and approval of her friends and relatives. Listen to her thoughts.
My, isn't it beautiful? I can hardly wait to show it to Sally and Joan.
It's a well-known fact that many Negro customers are influenced by the opinions of others. What their friends may think of a certain item often decides whether or not the sale is made. So remember, the Negro buys quality merchandise. That's the second important point. And here's the third thing to remember when selling to a Negro customer. When he specifically asks for one thing, don't try to sell him something else. Don't try to switch him at the point of sale. If you do, he'll probably react something like this.
Doesn't he think I've got the money to pay for it?
The Negro resents being offered a substitute. He wants to be sold on quality, not price. The Negro buys by brand, he buys quality, and he doesn't like to be switched at point of sale. These are the keys to selling the Negro customer.
According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group.
Has much changed, Black family.
Not in the least. Yeah, not in the least. Look at all these brothers and sisters who want to buy these Jordans.
People, but does that name got some kind of prestige, some kind of something you could brag about, you are in full support of. You'd rather give your money to them than your own. What up, cuz? Welcome to the
exactly.
show.
Hey, Jay Militant, what's going on with you?
Oh yeah, we about to get on Ski Week Kamala. I just got done showing us how to sell to the Negro.
Yeah,
call me a Negro, got a problem. Wow. Yeah, we understand that.
Well, I know that's right, Jay Militant.
Hold up.
We got a problem. That's right.
I'm not trying to be funny. Negro, it means black in Spanish. So I'm not bothered with the word Negro. With the ER, that's a whole different story.
Right. I feel you on that there, brother. You know what I'm saying? I feel you on that there, brother.
Don't get me wrong.
It was Spanish for black.
don't get me wrong. I love Elijah Muhammad and the nation. Yes, they're very disciplined and very organized. But when I left the nation, I started programming myself and say, hey, Negro means black. We use the word black in English. So
that's how it was taught to me. Just like Moor means black, but the Moors are argued to death that it's something else.
Yeah, well, you see, you got to understand, black family, is that I ain't no Negro. Neither am I, Jay Militant. I'm a black man in America. Okay? Now, but the thing is, you see, here's the fascinating thing, black family, about our history. We have given so much to the world. When you check out Professor George G.M. James' Stolen Legacy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I remember I was in Los Angeles, man. Oh, this is before the millennium. And I was speaking with this NOI brother, you know what I'm saying? And he came up to me, he said, hey, Shabaka, check this out, man. We invented the martial arts. I says, no, man, that came from Africa. That came from Asia. He says, no, check it out. So he was showing me the Medu Nature, which is the writing of God, but the Caucasians call it the hieroglyphics. Okay, now this is Ashwa Kwesi, okay, from Dr. Ashwa Kwesi. And Dr. Kwesi, if you're out there, brother, please get with us, man. We would love for you to drop knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm looking at the pressure points that he's doing, man, wrist locks, this, that, there, the other. And I said, yeah, you're right. Now, also, too, black family, particularly during the Songhai Empire, okay, is that we were also expert horsemen and
family and fellow soldiers. I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Okay. We're also excellent horsemen. Now, here's something for you. Has anybody ever saw a movie called Skin Game with James Garner and Lou Gossett? It was in the early 1970s. Okay. They was running a scam, you know, they'll sell Jason, who was Lou Gossett, and he will escape, right? Okay. So what had happened was, is that when they caught up with his ass and threw him on that plantation system a little bit, okay, he goes off into the slave quarters and he sees these brothers in here and he was scared to death. And his sister told him that they are the Songhai. Okay, they're of the Songhai Empire, and they know how to tame horses. So the white man goes out there, get wild horses and rope them and all this old type of stuff and want to brand them and all this old kind of shit.
Brother. I heard that, cuz. Yeah, SETI teacher. Yeah, I met SETI, Jay Millie, back in 16.
Okay, and then, but they knew how to tame the horse. The Songhai knew how to calm the horse. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then, of course, then when the cowboys start coming out here west, now keep in mind the term cowboys. Okay, those were referred to the black ranch hands. They call them boys. You see what I'm saying? But the crackers call themselves cattle men. You see what I mean?
So good to
okay.
be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I have.
That's who they want us to vote for.
Divine Nine brothers and sisters, and my soror.
Or sorority.
And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters.
Oh, lady, please.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality and a design tailored just for you.
And a way to hijack your bank account.
It is so good to be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden. I have. Hello to all my divine nine brothers and sisters, and my soror. And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters. I have to say, It is so good to be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden, I have. Hello to all my Divine Nine brothers and sisters. And my sorors. And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters.
She sounded wicked as hell, y'all. I'm convinced if the dump is the Antichrist, that she's Sheba, the god of destruction.
I have to say, it is so good to be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden.
We
have a vision of our country where we understand that the access to health care should not be a privilege just of those who can afford it. It should be a right. And that is why together we cap the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors, and we'll cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. We actually have a plan for health care, not just concepts of a plan. Concepts. We have a vision of a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. And so we will build, yes, what I call an opportunity economy. So every person has an opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build intergenerational wealth, including my plan to help create 25 million new small businesses in the next 4 years.
But for who?
Of a future where we protect our most fundamental freedoms, including the freedom to vote.
Why aren't you doing this now?
Which is why we will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we will continue to fight for the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. Because we here know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do. And CBC, when you pass a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
It's such a proudly song, the George Floyd policing that.
So to continue to realize our vision for the future of our nation, we have some hard work ahead of us. But I know we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work.
Hard work
and
is
generations of Americans before
Hell no.
led the fight.
And it's not joyful. What the hell is she talking about?
Future. And now the baton is in our hands. I truly believe that America is ready to turn the page on the politics of division and hate.
Oh my God.
And to do it, our nation is counting on the leadership in this room. So to everyone here, no matter what state or district you live in or represent, I thank you in advance for your work, the work you have done and will continue to do to register people to vote, and to get folks to the polls. Each of us has a job to do. And the bottom line is, we know what we stand for, and that's why we know what we fight for. And when the CBC fights, we win. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everybody.
Madam Vice President, you just
and that is VP Harris speaking live right now at the Congressional Black Caucus dinner in D.C.
All that is
bullshit. Some familiar phrases. We are not going back. And at Dapper too, we have plans, not concepts of a plan, of course, alluding to the debate this week. We are just 52 days away from Election Day, and News Nation team coverage.
You see what I'm saying? Didn't Professor Black Truth just tell us that these damn sycophants of this Congressional Black Caucus I ain't doing nothing. Okay, yeah, all right. Now, you're right about that, Jay Militant.
Yeah, she's only black.
Never come to the hood, but always asking for your vote. Kamala, sit your ass down. Fuck them Greeks. Okay, glad you brought that up, Jay
I ain't
Militant.
never played some Greek.
Okay, glad you brought that up, Jay Militant. She's only black when it suits her to come to the hood. That part.
Right.
Now, Jay Militant, about these Greeks, okay? These politicians never come to the hood.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but I gotta get going.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to wrap it up. Yeah, I'm getting ready to wrap it up myself, but I just want to say this right here. Okay, but keep in mind these Greeks like Alexander the Barbarian, okay? They called him a great conqueror. When he was going across the deserts, out there, he didn't take no women with him. He took little boys. But when Mansa Musa and an African king says, okay, well, we're getting intelligence reports. We got problems. We got to go out and handle some business. Queen, pack it up. You're coming with me. The queen will say, well, hell, I'm the queen of Sheba. I'm the queen of the song. Why I got to go? That's your job. Mansa Musa says, baby, I'd much rather would die in the battlefield with you at my side than allow you to be here to be overwhelmed by these freaks and be violated. Her Majesty, Queen Nzinga of Mutamba, which is like called modern day Angola, Portuguese come down there. And so Her Majesty meets with them. Okay, well, you're here. They go back to Portugal. 4 years later, they come back and say, well, Queen Nzinga, you a colony of Portugal. And Queen Nzinga was saying, I'm just going to paraphrase, motherfucker, do you care to repeat that? They'll repeat it. And she says, okay, check this out. You all got like about less than 10 minutes to shake the spot. They didn't leave, so she put the work in for 50 years, all of her adult life. Just like Queen Hatshepsut of Kemet. She commanded her troops in the field.
We don't have time because Brother Shabazz has to go. Really,
okay, all right. That's my closing statement. Okay, those were my closing statements, Brother Che.
All right, well, we're getting to the dump assassination next, Shabaka. So
okay, after that, I'm out. Okay, come on with it.
Take care, brother.
Thank you for joining us, Brother Shabazz. Before you go, Brother Shabazz, I'm on the ballot for the district, House District 8, which is the East Side, Park Hill, and Central Park. So spread the word in the hood that I'm on the ballot. They can vote for me and Dr. Cornel West. We're both on the ballot in November. So I'm number 3 on the ballot. Cornel, I think he's number 3 or 4 on the ballot as well. So appreciate you staying up late with us. And till next time, keep your head up, keep your head on a swivel, and never stop being black.
All right. Okay, all right. So the situation that happened in Mar-a-Lago today, that I saw on mainstream news.
Make sure y'all check out our brother Shabazz. He got a channel too, RBG for Life.
Okay.
Definitely check him out. All right, so the dump has been assassinated for attempted assassination for a second time. This time in Mar-a-Lago, on his golf course while he was golfing.
And the dude had an AK for him.
Yeah, the same ones they trying to ban, supposedly the Democrats.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
Yeah.
Packed out. It was packed out last night at the museum. We had these motherfuckers. Appreciate everybody that came out. Appreciate everybody that came out.
The Hidden History
Brent Taylor on stage right there.
Okay, next time I'm in LA, I'm gonna check it out.
Freeze, my man Skills, DJ Count. It was a great show last night. Great show last night. Again, thank you to everybody that came out. Thank you to everybody that came out. I thought I had a video in here. Yeah, we was packed out last night. We was packed out.
Yeah,
we was packed out last night. Thank you for everybody that came. Cracking jokes on Kamala. That shit was fun. Cracking my improv some jokes on Kamala last night. That shit was fun.
Oh yeah, this brother.
I like improvising my jokes. Freeze Love was there last night.
No matter what you say, you cannot convince me. Two things. See, I like to play with this word Negro. You see, I'm my person. If you get it, he said.
That nigga Freeze and his imitations is off the hook.
Her mom, white lady. He Indian, okay, she white, whatever, they married. My mom, birth certificate say Negro. You don't say why.
My man Skills right here. Hell yeah. Skills. Like for some dope ass comedy. So let's get into it right now. This is crazy. Like, I don't care what nobody, the second time talking about. No, not that. I'm over here showing y'all my files and shit. Let's go to Google Chrome. Here we go. This is from the AP, Associated Press. Trump was the subject of an apparent assassination attempt at his club. They tried to nip this nigga. They can't yep. Shit.
Jay Militant, can we stop throwing up that English victory sign? That's not our shit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that victory sign came from a dude by the name of Winston Churchill during World War II. Mm-hmm. Okay, it looks like here, I'm the only one here in the studio, folks. Oh,
sorry, Sebastian. I got kicked out the studio.
Okay, so what I'm getting ready to do, Brother Che, because I got to conserve this card, man, on this data. So I'm going to call it a night. So please, everybody, call in Tuesday night, you know, at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And, you know, it's pretty much open mic, and the link is in the chat room. Just click on the link right there, http tobtr.com/s/123696446. Okay, and we're looking forward to everybody. See you on Tuesday night. Okay, please get with us if you can.
Tuesday, yes.
Yeah, and please share the link, 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 share the link. Everybody, we want the whole board filled up, and I think we got enough room up there for 50 slots, if I'm not mistaken. We want to hear from everybody.
Come on. Your top homosexuals, your dumpsters, the independents. We'll bring it on.
All that. Yeah, we want to hear from everybody. You know what I'm saying? We really do. And
y'all should know the number by now. It's 516-418-5996.
And we make it a point to crumb bum on the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Teflon Don for a second time. They tried to kill him in his own home, y'all.
Wow. Well, you know, that just goes to show us, look at the fervor that he has created. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bid a good night to all you FBAs, as Brother Chase says. Also, too, I'm going to bid a good night to all you diasporic Africans, is what I am. And then, of course, you know, those who got knowledge, you know, come on, drop knowledge, because believe me, I'm not the most brilliant cat that there is. I'm perhaps one of the most dumbest motherfuckers that I know. And this is why, you know, we appreciate the input and what have you. So please call in, you know what I'm saying? And for all you white supremacists out there, you could put all your hate mail in our chat room. We'll read it and crumb bum on your ass again. You know what I'm saying? And with me in my twilight years, it is my duty to pass on down to the generations after me of what I lived through, so you all can make proper decisions, intelligent decisions. So when you get into my age group, you could pass it on down to the generations after you. And one thing that I will say is that a man cannot mensurate when he shoves ketchup up his ass and talking about that he's having, all right, twin, peace to you, talking about he's having a menstrual cycle. This is an insult to our mothers, to our sisters, to our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers, our daughters, our wives, and significant others. Okay? Now, for you individuals with that alternative lifestyle, you have your human rights and you have your civil rights. But don't no damn man got a right to come up to me with a 5 o'clock shadow and an Adam's apple talking about he is a woman. No. All right, so I'm going to bid you all out there a good night. All right, thank you for having me on, Brother Che, and I'm getting ready to hit the sack, man. Got a long day tomorrow. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was the anniversary date of where Muhammad Ali was the first man to regain the heavyweight title for a third time. He did it in New Orleans, Louisiana, with a 15-round unanimous decision over Leon Spinks. All right, folks, I'm out. Have a nice night.
Good night, Samantha. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So, back to the dump.
Play that video for y'all real quick. Here it is.
Have a good night.
Good afternoon. Here we go. Let's play this video from the Palm Beach Sheriff Department.
Ken, thanks so much. Let's listen in to what they have to say here as they're investigating this assassination attempt. Let's listen in.
Everything. All right. So when we get done, think about your questions, because we're not going to take a lot, and keep them to the information that you heard. Don't get into what ifs and because of this. We're not going to go there. All right. So keep that in mind, and we'll be good. So here we go. All right. 1:30.
Is it me, or does this dude sound like a mean ass, or does this dude not sound like a mean ass school principal? He sound like the evil ass principal that would keep you inside for recess because the kids wasn't lining up fast enough.
This afternoon, call came.
Let's go back.
All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. because we're in constant contact with them all the time. We were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you and we'll get a picture of him and we'll get you his background. So now I'm going to turn it over to the representative.
Hey, chat room, calm the fuck down, all right? Y'all going in on this dude. Why y'all going in on Mr. Ferdy like that? Somebody said that Bruce Lee kicked his nose. Ah! Hey, he do got some ears on him though. That motherfucker, he heard the shooter loading the bullets. He don't need to wait till the gunshot. This motherfucker's from a mile away, and he heard the magazine getting filled from home with the big ass ears. God damn, Mr. Feeney. Somebody called him Mr. Feeney. That motherfucker got direct TV dishes on the side of his face. This nigga look like Mickey Mouse's granduncle with them big ass ears. But let's listen to more of what the FBI motherfucker had to say. And pay attention, chat room. Stop getting so easily distracted with these.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including the investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our.
All right, that's all the bullshit. That's all the bullshit. That's all the bullshit. We'll get back to it. 1 second. All right, I got a phone call. Yeah, so that's the bullshit right there, right? That's the bullshit. And then here on Raw Alert, I like Raw Alert's Twitter page. They have a picture, apparently, allegedly, I don't know. This is a newly released photo of the suspect. This dude looks like somebody that used to give Punch and John problems on Chips. Y'all remember the show Chips? This motherfucker. Man, I miss Chips. That was my shit. He looked like that surfer dude that would be causing problems at the beach with John. And then Punch come around and they come through on their motorcycles and they arrest his ass. This motherfucker. He worst case scenario looks like a bad guy on Knight Rider. Like this is somebody who had a smart mouth with Michael Knight. And he probably had like a monster truck. And then at the end of the movie, kicked his ass. This motherfucker looks like every bad character from Magnum PI, don't he? I swear I saw this motherfucker in Magnum PI. This motherfucker look like somebody that Hunter arrested. Y'all remember that TV show Hunter back in the 80s? This motherfucker look like somebody that Charles Bronson whooped on in Death Wish. Yeah, this is definitely one of the guys that Charles Bronson beat up in the Charles Bronson flick. This motherfucker right here. This motherfucker look like a villain in a Chuck Norris movie. This motherfucker right here, boy, I swear. So this is the alleged shooter. He look like he whooped Daniel LaRusso's ass in Karate Kid. Don't he look like one of the dudes from Cobra Kai gym? This motherfucker look like he know John Kreese personally. He grew up with John Kreese from Cobra Kai gym. Like, this nigga was like John Kreese's best friend in high school. This motherfucker right here. This nigga look like somebody that got arrested on the Rockford Files. This mother, don't he like I remember I didn't really watch the Rockford Files when I was a kid, but my mom and my dad did and my grandmama. I just remember coming home, you know, you be outside playing and then you run in the house, your grandmama watching Hawaii Five-0 or the Rockford Files. He looked like somebody that the Rockford Files arrested. I swear to God, this nigga right here. This motherfucker looks like every late 70s, 80s villain to ever exist. They was on to something. This motherfucker look like one of the Dukes of Hazzard's homeboys, don't he?
Yeah.
This motherfucker used to hang out with them Dukes, them Dukes, them Dukes. This motherfucker look like he was in the back seat on the Dukes of Hazzard with a Confederate car, don't he? Like, could you get any more typical white bad boy than this from the 80s? This motherfucker look like somebody that Face tried to manipulate on the 18. Remember Face used to go around with all the different characters on the 18? That's who he looked like. The dude that tried to shoot. The dude that tried to shoot Trump is your typical 80s TV villain. This motherfucker looked like he was on that show Sidekicks. Y'all remember Sidekicks back in the 80s? The little kid was going around whooping ass. This motherfucker looked like he one of the mean guys on Sidekicks. He looked like somebody that Axel Foley arrested on Beverly Hills Cop. Don't he? This is somebody that had an evil run-in with Axel Foley. So anyway, this is the dude. This is the dude that allegedly, apparently shot at Donald Trump. And then they said that he had some bags they left. Apparently, allegedly, this was the rifle and these was the bags that he had in the bushes. So another attempt at that white on white crime, Donald Trump assassination attempt at his own golf course. On his own golf course. This motherfucker look like he listens to Waylon Jennings. Don't he? You can't tell me it doesn't get any more stereotypical than this. Like, he looks like one of those bad guys that tried to steal Alf. You remember that show Alf? You remember how like remember Alf? They always had to hide Alf in the basement when people came because it's like somebody recognized who he was. They were gonna call and try to get him taken by the government. He looked like one of the motherfuckers that were trying to get Alf taken by the government. And we as kids would be at home crying like, "Oh no, not Alf!" Back in the 80s when we was youngins. This motherfucker looked like he lost a tag team wrestling match to the Hart Foundation. 80s wrestling. He looked like a journeyman, like he was part of like a journeyman tag team on Saturday Superstars Wrestling when it was the Hart Foundation, Bret Hart and Greg the Anvil Hart, and they would like face like some more random journeyman double tag team. It would be like this guy and Marty Jannetty. Before Marty Jannetty got with Shawn Michaels, he was with this motherfucker right here. He said, extra in the heat of the night. In the heat of the night. God damn. God damn. So apparently, this is the dude. And so what's funny to me is you have all of these people going around talking about, you know, all the rhetoric that Trump spews is dangerous and the right wingers is. Well, this right winger just got targeted twice. And after the first time he got targeted, the Trump people were making the point that a lot of your rhetoric from the left-wing media has a major role to play in the targeting of Donald Trump. I don't know. Does it? What do you guys think? Do you guys think that the targeting of Donald Trump is playing like do you think the media has something to do with it? I want y'all. I told you I was gonna call in yesterday. Today I'm actually asking call in. The phone line. I'm opening the phone lines a little early today, so call in if you want. 323-744-7425. 323-744-7425. What do you think is going on here? What do you think is going on here? Because this here was on his own golf course. Who do you think is behind this? I think with him being targeted so much, there's somebody very, very powerful. Somebody or bodies, I don't know, very powerful that don't want this cat to win.
Yeah.
Because for him to almost get shot a couple months ago, 9 weeks ago, and for that to leave the news cycle as fast as it left the news cycle, that's very interesting. And the left has been saying a lot about Trump to the point to where I could see how that could enrage an extremist with what they've been saying. Personally, the way I see this personally is this is how white America gets down. That's why we as black folks need to stay the fuck out of this race. Stay out of this, man. Like, they are some violent motherfuckers with their leadership. Let them have it. Don't jump on either white person's side. Now, if you want to vote for, I ain't saying don't. You vote for who you want to vote for. But this would be a good time that us as Negroes stay out of it and allow this place to solve its own issues. You know what I mean? You dig what I'm saying? Oh, shit. I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired because I was on Patreon earlier today doing my series on the conspiracy to destroy black music. I want y'all to there we go.
I'm about to blow your mind. This is going to be a bit controversial, but it has some really important lessons. You might have heard the fact that bacteria and probiotics are the
My friends, you are not going to believe this connection I made with the second attempt on Donald Trump's life. Of course, this is just speculation, but it looks like Time magazine on September 11th predicted this event. Check this out. We also have received our first image of this suspect being arrested. More details on that as they come in. All right, everyone, welcome back. It is September 15, 2024, and I'm sure many of you have heard that there was another attempt on Donald Trump's life while he was at his golf course in Palm Beach. This is going to blow your mind. Look at this tweet put out on September 11th by Time magazine with Trump in a golf cart, seemingly stuck in a bunker, and it just says time and then in trouble. My friends, you cannot make this stuff up. All right, very quickly, this is what happened, and then I'm going to explain to you this connection here. Donald Trump survived another apparent assassination attempt on Sunday when Secret Service agents opened fire on a gunman at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida. Trump was unhurt, and the gunman fled but was arrested shortly after. Now, wait till you hear how this cop describes this suspect. It's very familiar, and we've heard it before. Just like Thomas Crooks from the Butler rally shooting, according to theories, there's a lot of different MK Ultra type activity going on here. No emotion, and almost didn't know where he was. Take a listen to this.
Investigation.
What was his demeanor, Sheriff, when you approached the car?
The suspect's demeanor I would describe as having a relatively calm, flat, affected, was not displaying a lot of emotion.
That right there is key. No emotion. For some random person to show up with a gun in a backpack with a GoPro to try to shoot Donald Trump, you would think this person would be a little nervous, maybe sweaty, something that shows that a human being was about to do this. But we don't see that. Keep listening.
Never asked what is this about. Obviously, law enforcement with long rifles, blue lights, a lot going on.
I don't want to get a copyright strike here, but what he's saying is with all the lights and guns and everything going on around this guy, for him to show no emotion, even this cop, this sheriff here is super surprised. So I want you to think about all these weird things taking place around this situation. The Time magazine cover coming out on September 11th is wild enough as it is. It's showing Trump on his golf course, stuck in a bunker. That is exactly where they brought Trump after this took place at the golf course in West Palm Beach. So in my opinion, and many other people's opinions, this Time magazine cover is coded and whether a very weird, freaky course. This entire situation is totally insane. This is now the second attempt on this man's life in 2 months, and it's something we've never seen before. All right, my friends, as always, I'll be digging into this situation and find all these weird things that take place that in a weird way show us what happens before it happens. All right, everyone, take care. Bye-bye.
Things happen. Things are changing.
I'll be crying. Conflicting stories about this guy. But they took him in alive, so they gave him the white treatment, nevertheless. So the question is, why they keep, instead people are like, oh, this is a hoax. I don't think this is a hoax. I think they're really trying to take Trump out. It was the Palm Beach Golf Club. Okay. I didn't know if it was Mar-a-Lago. All right, but yeah. So why are they trying to take Trump out so much? Yeah, some people say the guy might be LGBT. I don't know, because a lot of fake pages are popping up about the guy in the situation. Some people are saying he's a Democratic donor. I don't know. But hey, somebody's trying to take Trump out. They are really going for the gusto trying to take Trump out. What are they trying to hide? What do they want Trump to not stop? There's something going on that they do not want Trump to interfere with. They feel that his presidency is going to interfere with something. They are really going for medical requirements. Yeah, your page gets dinged. That's that's misinformation. So I got to be very careful because certain that have come out and said that another stay-at-home type of situation could be imminent in the future. Certain people who have certain levels of money, who got real big money, who's been kind of planting the seed that, hey, certain things might be happening that happened in 2020. You know what I'm saying? If y'all understand what I'm saying, you can't say certain things here, but they've been kind of warning that another situation where people are going to have to get required jizzabs or something might be happening in the near future. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, I'm just trying to not spread misinformation. I'm not trying to. So you got to be very, man. YouTube has back to some of my archives and has talked me just casually mentioning certain jabs, and they're like, "Oops, I'm gonna have to ding you for misinformation, buddy." So yeah, that's how serious the powers that be are about that. If you can't speak about certain things, there's some powerful people up there in the mix. If you can't even speak on certain, so you know, we know Trump was against that. What's up, Sean? Okay, Sean, send me an email, man. We'll get you. What's up, Sean? If you didn't get your card in the morning.
Sorry, I got disconnected. Sorry, y'all. Keep picking me up. I'm at the end of soon. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Very desperate. You had Jill Stein on the Breakfast Club, and Jill Stein was talking a good game. And you had Angela Rye on there just being very nasty and mean-spirited to the woman. Jill Stein was talking about reparations and, you know, things of that nature. And had Angela Rye, who's a Democratic shill, just really going in and just being extremely rude. Now, another thing I saw, Angela Rye was crying. Shout out to my sister Vicky Dillard for putting this video together. Let me show y'all this video. And before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, let me shout my brother out, Reza Islam. My brother Reza Islam and his intellectual power, herbal remedies increase on. And you can get this, ladies and gentlemen, at intellectual power.
Some crazy sounds in here.
Intellectualpower.net. And family, you use the coupon code FBA, you're going to get 10% off your first order, ladies and gentlemen. So you guys need to check out Intellectual Power. Code word FBA. That's my good sister Tachina Arnold. I love Tachina. She's rocking with
That's
it.
Pam. Pam from Martin.
So yeah, very good stuff, man. Intellectual Power. At intellectualpower.net. Get there. Everybody, and I didn't forget my thought. I'm going to talk about Angela Rye. I didn't forget. But shout out to everybody who was at the Hidden History Museum last night. We had a phenomenal time at the September Soul Saturday. We had a great time. Where's Nicety Girl? Nicety Girl, you in here? Well, yeah, Nicely. Did you get in last night? I saw you outside. We had somebody try to deliver some stuff, and the damn delivery woman ran off with our drinks. We were running out of liquor and stuff, so we had to get some stuff delivered. I had some of my staff running around, then we had some like Insta bringing more stuff, and some damn lady who was supposed to deliver the liquor ran off with the damn liquor. She pretended she delivered it. Yeah, I put it outside. I'm like, you didn't put you ain't put a damn thing outside. Yo punk ass ran off with our liquor. And I had to go outside. You were there. Did they give you trouble outside? Because I saw you were talking to the security nicely. What happened outside? Situation straight. And I was just kind of running around, but I saw you outside. Did you have any trouble getting in? because our security was extra tight. Yeah, the security was extra super duper tight. Because yeah, they're checking everybody very, very thoroughly. So yeah, you guys y'all gotta come to the museum. We have so much fun, man. We have so much fun. We have a great time, and we vibe and we network so much at the Hidden History Museum. There was a sister who came through from Atlanta. She brought me this book. This sister here, Carolyn Jo Denning, she gave me this book here called Foundational Black Americans. Thank you to Foundational Black Americans. So she talks a lot about our history. Phenomenal sister. This sister here, she brought the book. So shout out to this sister. I think you can get this book on Amazon. All right. Let's speak on Teslin. What about Teslin? What about Teslin? No more rain. No more rain. Now what about Teslin? All right, we got you, Sean. We got you, brother. All right, well, yeah, I'm glad Nicely got in. Everything was good. So listen, I'm going back to Angela Rye. Going back to Angela Rye. What are y'all talking? What did Teslin do? What are y'all talking about Teslin do? Now, what did Teslin do? Y'all keep saying Teslin. Teslin did what? What did Teslin do? No, Teslin, that's my sister. What did Teslin do? She's trending from her revolt show. Okay, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Let me look on Twitter. You say she's trending on Twitter? Let me see. I don't see anything trending. Hold on. I don't see anything. Okay. So, okay, I don't know. I don't see anything. So I gotta look it up. Okay, I gotta look it up. So I don't know. But we saw Angela Rye. We got a video of Angela Rye who was straight up crying. My sister and Vicky Dillard put her. Hold on one second. This is Angela.
She got a bigger following than Jeff Dillard.
But Angela Rye was straight up and down crying. I'm like, uh-oh. Hold on one second. So hold on. Listen to this. Hold on.
Like sometimes when people are so hurt and damaged, they go and do the other extreme thing, and it is not okay. But it doesn't just happen politically. Agreed. And I think it is irresponsible. Had stuff to say about when a Washington Post article came out about Joe Biden and
crying. They're very emotional because their job is to go out here for the Democrats and talk us and convince us into voting for nothing so they can get something, so they can get their little benefits. And Angela Rye, she part of her family is Haitian, from what I understand, just like Roland. A lot of these people have these Caribbean backgrounds. Part of her background is Haitian, by the way. And their job is to go out here and convince us to vote against our best interests by scaring us and telling us the other guy is so bad, so bad, so bad. And as they see, it ain't working. And these people are getting very desperate. That's why they're up here crying and crashing out. They're getting desperate. The Angela Ryes out here are desperate because their bread and butter is telling the white people at the DNC that, hey, we know these Negroes, we can relate to them. We're going to be your black outreach, and that's their job. That's the only job. That's the only significance they have, is if they go out here and finesse the black public. And when it doesn't work, they lose their jobs. You understand? When that don't work, the whites at the DNC is like, okay, what the hell do I need you for? What do I need you for? So they start laying. They immediately start laying. Yeah, they're trying to say black Trump support is fake. No, it's not. A lot of black people are looking at Trump. They're like, well, hell, if we're going to get some racism, why are we going to get racism with a brown face? Because you're going to get racism with her running out with her black scent. That's not fooling nobody. You're just getting racism with a brown face. And then they use her brownness as a cloak for the racism. Hey, I'm not racist. It's not racist. Kamala Harris is brown like you. No. Just because she has a little melanin and she runs around here with her black scent, no, it's not the same. No. It is not the same, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of Kamala's black scent, she was at some show, some ceremony, and she's throwing her little black scent out there again. Hold on.
And let me just say about Joe Biden, I have. Hello to all my divine nine brothers and sisters, and my sorors. And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters.
Oh Lord. See, yeah, that's what those Boule Divine Nines, see, they want clout for the HBCUs, and they want clout for their little fraternities and sororities. See, her getting in office, that's a win for that group. That's not a win for all of us. All that cackling and gaggling and all my sorrow, all my divine nine. This woman, man, give me a knife. Ugh. For Doug and shut your giggling, cackling ass up.
Right.
All that blackety black stuff, and you laying up with plantation master Doug. You in there bed wenching it up. You ain't fooling nobody. But again, if they don't get the black vote, all
Oh, what up, Kahari? Guess who's standing late?
Hey,
Definitely.
they did.
They
I
definitely
feel like
did.
it's worse now, though.
No, the whole we eat cat or we're dirty, you know, but area. And good for me that I was able to adapt and adopt the regular vernacular, the what you seem to be the regular English that is spoken in America. For you motherfuckers to understand that shit. Let's live under a rock somewhere. But most people who live in America are fucking immigrants. And don't fucking come in my comments talking about when I'm speaking in my accent that I was born with, that my family speaks with, fucking normal. Because last time I checked, every immigrant up in this motherfucker. Okay? This country was built by immigrants. This country.
Okay, y'all remember that? You see? See, when you do stuff like this for years, we let it slide, but then when you start talking all that big talk, you better hold your own nuts. Oh yeah, Jessie Wu, yeah, she was big on that. Oh, hold on, there's other clips. She would double down on all her little old rhetoric. Hold on. Oh, no. Let me play some more. Let me show y'all where we at now. Hold on.
America definitely taught, Black Americans, especially, to hate Haitians.
So we hate them. Okay. No, you don't have anything for us to hate.
Definitely.
They did.
They
I
definitely
feel like
did.
it's worse now, though.
No, the whole we eat cat or we're dirty, but I would go home to my 6-bedroom house that my mom worked extremely hard for.
Over here in the lane that we built, but go ahead.
And think to myself, what the fuck are these people talking about when it comes to Haitians? Because, and no offense, but I would go sometime. Well, my mom didn't let me go to anybody's house, but there would be times when I got a little older and I would go to, a friend's house that was American, and most of them stayed in apartments. Most of them was on Section 8. Most of them were on, food stamps. Most of them was on all that stuff. But they were the ones making all those comments about us, Haitians,
Right.
and making it seem like we were stupid, we were dumb, most of y'all moms was doing this. My mom was over here in the medical field. Miami had this, man, fuck y'all niggas. What's up? Y'all think we barbaric? That's what we are. Y'all think we kill niggas? Yes, we do. Right. You think we stab niggas? Yeah, we stab. And they were they kind of gave us the sentiment, fuck y'all. We're about that life. But still, when you would go to a Haitian household, Haitians were always very civilized people.
Okay. See, this is where we are now. If you were civilized, then why are y'all over there starving? Or don't see, this is what we're talking about. They come over here with this type of talk. Yeah, come on. We all on Section 8, but y'all civilized? Yeah, that whole cat eating thing, that ain't something that people just made up. We've actually been to Haiti. You see what I'm saying? Some of us have been to Haiti. We've seen how people live over there. Yeah. We've seen how people live there. And down in Miami too. Yeah. We've seen it. So yeah, that type of disrespect, they've been doing that for years. And this is why we're like, hold your nuts. Where are these dudes? Remember there was these dudes? Where are these guys? Right here. These guys right here. Are these Haitian dudes talking about foundational Black Americans? Hold on.
My parents came here.
Hold on. All that. Yeah, my parents came over with $2 and all of that. And okay. Haitians say Black Americans are lazy and F-ups.
From Haiti with nothing and really created something, bro. Came, bought a house, started a family. You feel me? My dad owned multiple fucking properties of real estate. You feel me? My mom worked her fucking ass off every fucking morning every morning. Never excuses, fam. She get the fuck up and get the shit and do what she have to do.
No
but every
excuses.
time I hear these fucking Americans, all they do is fucking make excuses, fam.
Oh,
They always find excuses.
oh,
Oh, I don't. Bro, my parents came here at 30 years old.
That's why I don't
When
like
you
my
think about it, put
coworkers.
yourself in their shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine going to another country at 30 years old and restarting your whole life.
Yeah, all over.
That shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah. And you can't speak a lick of English.
Can't even speak their language.
That's
bro.
why I ain't gonna lie. Like, I hate when people be like, "Oh, you're lucky," and stuff like that. Oh, I hate when people. I hate when people gripe and be like, "Oh," like especially like I feel like Americans, because I mean we in America, so Americans who have lines and lines and lines and lines of family here and then complaining, I'd be like, bro, I don't hear nothing you gotta say.
Right.
Oh,
I ain't never met my. Y'all sat there and kept fucking up. This generation, y'all just keep fucking up.
Yeah.
And don't figure out, okay, maybe I'm fucking up. Look, what's the right way to do this shit?
Exactly.
And then want to point the finger at the white man, like, oh, the white man did
Yeah.
it. No, fuck that.
You
Figure out
did
what
it.
the white man doing and then try to capitalize on it.
there you go. All right. Well, there you go. Let's take your own advice. See, this is why we're telling you to hold your own nuts. Y'all were telling us stop blaming the white man. Y'all effing up, trying to sound like us. Oh yeah. Oh no. This is why we're letting you hold your own nuts, right? Y'all told us how you came over with no money and you got it popping, and we just lazy. Well, damn it, go ahead and knock yourself out. Don't come to us. Yeah. Come over here after you done fled to talk greasy, trying to dress like us and use our slang, projecting your own insecurities. Yeah? That's why we're telling you to hold your own nuts. Don't come around us now hey, niggas, all black man. No. Look at the white man is attacking us. Okay. Go holler at him then. Do what you told us to do. Yeah? This is why we're telling you to hold your own damn nuts. Way too much damn disrespect. We didn't help people get asses over here. You eating because of us. You got a lane to come over here and get out of the slums because of foundational Black Americans. Don't get it twisted. Don't come over here talking about how hard your mama worked. Your mama came over here with clean credit. There was a lane open where your janky credit wouldn't be a factor. You can come over and get a whole new line of credit and start a new life based on the lane we created, based on the tax dollars that we generate. You're eating off our tax dollars. You're starting up off of our tax dollars. You understand? That's why you're doing okay. You're not even doing phenomenally. You think bathing regularly and eating 3 meals a day is balling out. No, you're doing okay. You're not doing better than us. You understand? You're doing okay, and you're doing okay because of us. And then people come over and show nothing but disrespect. And then when the white people turn on you, you want to look to us to come with the capes. And we're saying, hold your damn nuts. Do you? Oh, but we all black. We are all black, nigga. But y'all, many of you will sit up here and say that you're not black. Let me go to the clips again, okay? Many of you, we're thinking, okay, we one big family, black family, but y'all were the ones telling us, no. This is what you were telling us. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
When you saw like this, especially with the last election, when you saw like this idea of like, oh my gosh, if you're black, you better do this, you better do that. I'm like, hold on, wait. That's a really made me say, oh, I don't like this. Like, why are you telling me I have to do this because I'm black when it's been already pointed out that I'm Haitian? Why do I now have to submit to this idea of being black? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's what you don't get. A lot of people are challenging that idea and that thought is because of their lived experience. Maybe if you guys listen to what was being said instead of gaslighting people and you made a conscious effort to make sure that different immigrants and different people were having a different experience, maybe they wouldn't feel the way that they do. But when you have a certain experience, I'm sorry, that's what happens. Especially with the last election.
All right.
Well,
you ain't really black. Okay. Then do you? Do you? Y'all were the ones telling us y'all ain't black, y'all this. I ain't black, I'm Haitian. Y'all were telling us that. You were going around telling us that. Many of you were telling us that. Okay. That's fine. Be that then. Go ahead and be that. Yeah? Go ahead and do that. Yeah? This is why we're telling people to hold their own nuts. We're not playing that game where we're running through with the capes for everybody. Folks have sat up here, and when things are good for them, boy, they like to pull rank and show out and tell us, well, I'm doing so good. When y'all complaining to the white people, man, white people ain't stopping me. I came over with $3. Look at me now. I work for Uber. All y'all got to do is grind harder. Okay? All right. And speaking of tethers, this is the other side of Hispaniola. This is a woman from this is a Dominican woman, and she's making a bed wench plea. Listen to this.
I've never seen.
Hold on. This woman right here. This is the other side of Haiti, over on the Dominican side. Let's not forget about them. All right. Let me show y'all this clip of this woman here trying to get a zaddy. This woman is Dominican. Hold on.
I've never seen an unhappy black woman with a fine ass white man. I've never seen it. And we could talk about it more. Because the ones that be happy as hell with their white man, they be getting everything that they want. And that's gonna be me next. Happily in love, living a life, they man spoiling them. They just open it. Where the white man at? I'm at the point where I'm sick. Like I am. Y'all give nothing no more. So I'm dating out of my comfort zone now, and I'm gonna get me a Caucasian man. So where y'all at?
There you go. So when you have tethers who come over with that kind of energy from that island, from both sides, you get the Haitian mammies and the Dominican mammies, and y'all talk all that grease. And then when things go left, when white daddy starts clowning you, don't turn your ass over here looking at us. Everybody wants things to go bad. Eyes a nigga. Eyes a nigga. You have your eyes a nigga moment. No, because see, we live our black experience all the time, every day, all day. You understand? That's the great thing about foundational Black American culture. See, we have a deep, rich culture that we stand on, ladies and gentlemen. That goes back to Frankie Beverly and Mays. Let's go back to Frankie Beverly. The reason why Frankie Beverly transcended so many generations was because of the authenticity of his music. Our brother Frankie Beverly stayed true to his foundational Black American music genre and the foundational Black American audience. He made music for foundational Black Americans with foundational Black American sentiments. That's why it resonated so long. He didn't try to go pop. He didn't try to do a Jamaican record. He stuck to making music for that core audience, and everybody else crossed over. You understand? That's that authenticity that we have, ladies and gentlemen. You know? We stay true to it. And because we stand on blackness, we're deeply rooted in our Black identity. Other groups, when they try to cross over and sell out and then it backfires, who do they go running to? They never go back to their people for help. You notice that when folks are in the Ukraine from African countries getting smacked around, you don't go back to your African home for no help because ain't no help there. There is no real Black identity. It's on some every man for himself. Remember when they were getting smacked up in the Ukraine, thrown off trains and getting dogged out, they were over here calling for us. Where is Beyonce? Where is Oprah Winfrey? Oh no. Where's Cuba Gooding Jr.? They're just calling for us. Yeah? They ain't calling for your people. So now, when they're turning on the Haitians now, the white people, where's the Zoe? Go get the Zopound. Go get all these people who shoot them up, rah-rah. Where they at? When it's us, yeah, we got the shoot them up, rah-rah, who can stab and where's all the stabbers for that? Yeah? Y'all ain't talking about all the shooters and stabbers now. Where are all your hitters that the white people are turning on you? Yeah? You ain't going to your folks for help. Y'all yelling and whining to us for some damn help. Because we're the only ones who stand on Black identity. And we've always stood on it. Then y'all sit up and tell us to stop complaining. So you're always complaining to the white man. It is not the white man, nigga. It is you. All right, well, damn it. It ain't the white people clowning you. It's you. You do something about it. Yeah, go holler at your boy Barbecue down there in Haiti. Eh? What's this text, man? All these damn text messages. Hold on one second. Calling for us. Man. Yeah, call Kodak Black and everybody. Where they at? Since y'all got all the damn smoke for us and what we doing and what we ain't doing, all the damn smoke is for us. Good freaking grief. But the thing is, man, you know, we remember all that stuff. We remember, ladies and gentlemen, and we're not going to let people shame us when things go bad for you. Now you want to tap into a Black identity. No. Since y'all had all that smoke and you do everything for yourself, we're just going to let you do everything for yourself. We're going to let you handle your business. This is a you thing. We are doing our delineation thing just like you're delineating. And several people, there are videos all over showing people eating cats and all types of stuff in Haiti. So that is a thing. That's a thing. Yeah. That is a thing. No hate, no disrespect, ladies and gentlemen. No hate, no damn disrespect. And yeah, talking about we live in projects. If you don't stop it. See, folks try to come through with their little disrespect, and we're not letting that happen. I saw some people trying to, like, well, those FBA niggas are talking about eating cats, but they eat chitlins and pig feet. That ain't the same. Not the same whatsoever. Yeah? Not the same whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, people love taking shots at us when things go left. People love taking shots at us when things ain't really popping for them. Like the Myron Gaines, when that's their thing. When they start losing a lot of their support, the backup is always attacking us. Always, oh, those FBAs, oh, those Black people, oh, they always got to make some little slick shot at us in order to try to gain favor with the white supremacists. And Myron tries to go in the white supremacist spaces and they kick him out. They call him all types of N-words, getting him about the paint. Because Myron Gaines, he's one of these, he's an Andrew Tate wannabe, by the way. Myron Gaines is an Andrew Tate wannabe. And Andrew Tate, he's an interesting guy. A lot of people ask me my things on Andrew Tate. See, Andrew Tate, my thing about Andrew Tate, who his father is a foundation of Black American, his mother's white, him and his brother Tristan, their dad was a foundation of Black American. He died. Their dad was a very well-known chess player. He was a master chess player. So they were born here, but they grew up, I think they went over to Europe and they grew up with their mother, some shit, it's something, but their dad is foundation of Black American. So they got a lot of game from their Black dad. But Andrew Tate and his brother, in certain settings, they can almost pass for white, but not quite. The Tristan, he can pass more, but Andrew Tate almost, but not really pass for white. Yeah, and that's the thing. Because see, Andrew Tate, I will give credit where credit is due. Andrew Tate can drop some good game, but the problem is he tries to mix it in with some of that alt-right nonsense to pander to the white supremacists, which is what he wants to be, but he desperately cannot be. That's, I think, part of a lot of his motivation, because that's one bridge he can't cross. He can't be accepted as white. So him and his brother, they seem to take a lot of random shots at Black society. I know Andrew Tate said something on Twitter about how Juneteenth is ghetto or something like that. Just real random. Taking shots at Black society in order to get brownie points from the white supremacists who they can't be. You see? Yeah, they got to keep that hair short. See, here's the thing with Tate. And again, Tate can drop some good game, but then he diminishes it by being cowardly as far as white supremacy. They almost deny racism to a certain degree. And you got all your game from your black dad. That's where you got your game from. So yeah, they got an identity crisis. And here's the thing. They keep running him and his brother in and out of jail over there in Europe. Yeah, they always trying to take.
Yeah. I know. I'm gonna close it out. Appreciate y'all staying up late. Subscribe. Blocc on YouTube and Facebook. Listening agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's about his back experience enhanced. The peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Chain criminal. Just looks like there's on the ballot for Colorado State House of Representatives for District 8, starting out from the Mile High Anthem City. Peace.